Hey, hey. Hello.
Hello, hello. Good evening.
Hello, what up?
What's up?
Apparently, it's a holiday in the United States.
Apparently, yeah. But yeah. So no point beating around the bush. It's because it's a holiday. People got plans, social lives, right?
Losers.
Why we will never truly understand each other, right? There's only so far we can go there, right? Like,
I can tell you, even if I was American, I wouldn't have plans, probably.
Well, you would if you
No, I would plan to be here. I guess that would be my plan.
Well, yeah, this is a daytime holiday, so I actually don't unless people are too drunk to come in.
People do fireworks and stuff, you know.
And actually, technically, in my area, it's kind of a
For any
holiday.
reason.
It's a playoff hockey game, home game. Like the town is effectively shut down or focused on the hockey game.
Yeah, and people like barbecue and dinners and stuff. I don't know. It's a day off, so people just use it for whatever, right? So it'd be what it be. But this will be our whole crew. To whatever audience we have right now, which is very much. Just letting you know, this is going to be our whole crew for tonight. So we'll make the best of it.
I did have a question.
Okay, sure.
I'm just curious because I'm curious how you would react to this situation, because I have my reaction and I've recently sort of like changed my behavior, and it's interesting seeing reactions to that. So what do I mean by that? So I live in an apartment building, okay, and like to get into my apartment building, okay, like it's your typical like you have to turn the key and get the door to buzz so you can open the door, right? But you're basically in this room, okay, and like the place where you turn your key to get the door to activate. You can't turn the key and open the door at the same time. You have to walk like 10 feet as the door is buzzing. Okay, does that setup make sense so far?
There's two sets of doors.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as in like there's the main door into the building. Okay, then
Yeah.
there's the place to turn the key, and then like 10 feet forward, there's the door to actually get into the space, the building where I can go to my apartment. Okay.
Okay.
You understand like the setup. So
Yeah.
let's say typical politeness is like if two people are there, okay, and like I usually have like my key ready of like, so I go to the key and then the other person like walks ahead to usually open the door. But every once in a while, like every like 4 to 6 months, there's a person there. I turn the key, and they're standing there waiting for me to go and open the door.
Oh.
And I don't know why, like it sort of bothered me, and it doesn't happen very often. Again, this is like every 6 months, but I recently just started because like, and it really is like they stop like pretty much like where I am, like right beside me, and they're waiting for me to like turn the key, and then for me to walk over and open the door for them.
It could be that they're one. So again, since I'm not there, I can't be sure. But I guess my immediate thought is like, one, is that individual actually a tenant?
No. Yeah. I know most of the time that it is.
Okay.
And like I have recently like started like modifying my behavior. As in, I don't know, like it's sort of like at least the message that I get is like the implicit assumption, and also like again, I haven't like tabulated the data, but like this has happened, of the 8 years that I've been in my building. Okay, this has happened as maybe like 10 times, but I think the majority of the time it has been maybe just coincidence, but see women just standing there waiting for me to open the door. Whether that affects things or not. Okay. Sorry, did you have a question? Sorry.
You said usually women?
Yeah. If again, this is just like I'm vibing it out. I haven't started keeping track of things, but like that's the trend that I notice. Okay. And like recently, the past few times, it's like I've literally just like turned the key and I've waited for them to open the door. They just give me like this dirty look of like, what are you doing? Like, why you should not open the door for me?
That's what it is. It's just an expectation that you should be opening the door for them, especially if you turn the key.
And like I don't know what, like, I know why.
Chauvinist.
I don't know why it bothers me, but it does kind of bother me. But like in every other circumstance, I have no problem like opening a door for someone. But I don't know, just like the implicit expectation of like, hey, you should just like
There's an
turn the key,
expectation put on you that you didn't earn or do anything to like deserve. So you're like, well, fuck that. Don't expect it. Like I'd do it if if it made sense. But
yeah,
if the idea is you walking through the main doors and then like it's like a corridor and then there's like 10 feet between the buzzer and the door, which is a weird way to set up a door, by the way. That is a strange way to set up a door. But yeah, it is just the expectation that they're the women, but then also they should, turn the key. You should just stand there next to them and be like, do you want to turn the key?
I've contemplated like how do I want to modify my react? Because again, like 99.99% of the time, like basic etiquette plays out of my mind. Like I turn the key and the person just continues walking towards the door, and they usually would just open the door for me. But every once in a while, every like 6 months, it's like we'll just be standing there. I'll turn the key and they'll just stand there, and they're going to be waiting for me to open the door for them. Yeah. And I've literally like I've been in a standoff with a person. Like I'm not moving. Like you do it. Like,
well, that's the issue, right? Is either you just comply and you go with the expectation, or you're gonna have to have a standoff every time you have to deal with it, because you're not gonna directly say anything. Well, I don't know. Actually, are you the type person just kind of call this out and be like, "Hey, so what the fuck?"
Oh yeah, because they so and it is a standoff because like it's interesting how it sort of plays out. It's interesting to me of like because like they're processing, like they're standing there, and it seems like again there's the expectation like, well, this person's gonna open the door for me if I just stand here and wait, because like they're not gonna act crazy and just like stand there and not do nothing. They're like, no, I'm gonna act crazy now, okay?
No,
and
yeah,
then
100%. Yeah.
and then they're like giving me a look like, wait, you're not gonna move? Well, you like you're the one violating the norm here, even though we have no like there's no hard rules in this situation. But it's like it's super interesting to me, and like it's interesting like seeing their reactions of like I in their mind I become the rude person or like the crazy person. Like, how are you not going and opening the door for me?
Well, you're breaking their norms. Their norms is the guy just shuts the fuck up, goes and opens the door after he turns the key. That is a norm that you are breaking for them. You are being rude in accordance to their world.
Yeah, but
right?
I mean, yeah, that's I think the another interesting thing of like again like I don't know. It's hard for me to get that myself because this is the expectation in this person's mind. Like, of course, they're just gonna like acquiesce.
Two things.
But would that bother you? Would that bother any?
You can go first.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I just wouldn't open the door. I'd be like, I just stand and wait. Like, actually, can you show me your key? I don't know if you're a resident. I'd start pulling that move. Actually, are you a resident here? Can I see? Like, can you prove it? Can you open the door? Because this is weird that I'm just opening the door for you. I don't know if you live here. That's what I do.
That's true. It's a good approach. I might workshop that.
This, I guess, antechamber. Is there anything else in there? Like, can you get your mail there or something?
No. The mailboxes are past that door, locked away in a separate room.
Yeah. That's why
it really is like, aside from the place to turn the key, there's virtually like nothing. There's not like a stand of newspapers or anything. Okay. It's like literally
not even a stand of newspapers, nothing to grab. Yeah. Okay. All right. One, I think you can actually say something, right? Like I would say a thing. I like the energy of like just standing there and be like, I'll wait. I've done that before for other situations, right? No, don't worry, I got nothing to do. So
yeah, I have nothing to do.
This is where we'll be for the rest of our lives. So, but you can also say, hey, like, could you please? I mean, that would be also fine, right? Like, hey, could you please open the door? That'd be great. If you could grab the door, please. That'd be,
Well, I think Corey wants to convey frustration, right? He's not trying to be.
I'm not like
polite, but he's not trying to be rude. Yeah, you're annoyed. You wanna.
Yeah.
Well, I'm mostly annoyed again, just like the implicit expectation. And again, I don't know if it's a gender thing, but again, like
it is.
I'm vibing it out. Like I think 9 out of 10 times it's like women.
And it's fine if it's a gender thing. Most guys don't expect you to hold the door for them, bro. Like that's not like really the expectation when I'm walking through. Is like when a guy holds the door for me, I'm like, oh shit, that's nice. There's some guys I watch specifically not hold the door, and I'm like, I get where you're coming from now. That's being a douche, right?
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I definitely hold the door for people, like in general.
For sure.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like, I think I would be less annoyed, like, if they just straight up asked me, if I just turned the key and I saw them standing there and they said, "Hey, do you mind opening the door for me?" Like, yeah, sure, since you asked. But just like that implicit expectation.
Oh, that pissed me off more. That pissed me off so much more. If you're just doing nothing and then you just ask me to open the door for you, no, I'm gonna say no. I might say why. Wait, why? that irritates me so much more. I need to know why. And if that, because then they'd be forced to say, well, I'm a lady, I don't open doors. How are you going to get into your house right now? Exactly. Please explain this to me.
It could be, I don't know, something's up, right? There could be a reason why, right? Like there could be a reason, a reason.
Yeah, and I need to know that explanation before I, maybe I reserve the anger to hear the answer. But what could the answer possibly be if you got nothing in your hands?
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Like in every other situation, like if I see someone like some groceries, but I've literally had the situation of I'm turning the key, the girl is literally texting on her phone beside me, and they're just waiting for me to
I'd lose my mind. I'd lose my mind.
Then I'm texting on my phone too.
Let me just start making my important call right now.
I'd be like, excuse me, can I get your number? And then the awkward, I always want to text you to get the door. I would say something, man. Yeah, you can't just do that. I get the expectation of the silence, hey, I'm not gonna open the door because it's weird. Maybe she's I'm a woman, I wouldn't walk in front and open the door for a man. I don't know. Maybe there's a weird safety thing, but you're in Canada.
Yeah, I was thinking at first it was a safety thing, but you're standing instead of moving away from him, you're standing right next to him.
Yeah, they're closer to me. The door is further away from me than them being where they stand next to me.
Yeah, don't stand next to them if it's safety. That was my first thought. Oh, maybe it might be a safety thing. Oh, maybe they don't want to be alone or something. But no. The safest thing would be to get inside as fast as possible, right? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
See, if you told me it was a guy, my thought would be, well, he doesn't want you to think that he's sneaking in, right? Obviously there's hey, I'm gonna wait for you to open the door because this is your place. So there's a respect thing there.
This wasn't a tenant, if you're not a resident there, then that makes another perfect
But then
sense
again, I would make the case that you would want to blend in, as in follow polite norms. As in the polite norm is if we're two people there and I turn my key, the other person just walks in and naturally opens the door. And neither of us, I encounter this just about every other day. Of two people are in the same place, I turn the key, or one of us turns the key, and it's either I'm opening the door or the other person is opening the door for me as I'm done turning the key. And that, but I never question the other person because I usually recognize them or have a sense that they live there. But most of the time, it's they're people following them. It's only this situation, they're not following them. But if they're trying to break in, I would think maybe I don't have the mentality of a criminal, but you would want to follow the norm.
We're not talking about the people who are trying to break in. We're talking about the people who are there hey, I'm gonna go visit my friend, right? So I'm there, but this might be the first time in the building, right? Or two, so I'm just unsure of myself. And and I don't want to cause trouble, right? And so you've turned the key, I don't want to go into the door, right? And then I don't know, maybe I'd cause some sort of faux pas. So the best thing there would be to stand and wait for an actual resident to take action, right?
So, that might explain some of them.
In America, Corey, if me and someone are walking up to a door, most of the time Americans don't know their neighbors, even if they live in the same building. So it's actually a faux pas for me to walk in with someone as they use their key, because it's hey, who the fuck are you? I don't let people there have been times where I've been walking into my apartment complex with I have my key in hand, and the person in front was hey, no, I can't let you in. I can't be the one to let you in. I'm not taking that responsibility.
That's a Seinfeld episode, literally.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, so for us, it is a little bit of a weird thing for someone to just open the door.
No, but I do know for a fact that I've had this encounter with someone that I know lives there.
Yeah,
for
fair.
sure.
I mean, if that's the case, then I don't know what the excuse could be, but yeah.
Bitches be tripping, Corey. They do be tripping.
It does, wrap up, my misogyny just, 0.1%. Like, how are you walking through life
That's
with
how it
this,
starts.
with
And then it's
imposing this
exponential growth.
expectation on me?
That's how it starts, and then it's just exponential growth from there. You start at 0.1%. It's like 0.3 by. Listen, you're on your way.
Eventually, the red pill makes sense to everybody. It takes some time. Got to get there. Okay, so I think we've covered.
But we're all on the same page. Like, my reaction would be mildly annoyed. It's not like out of the ordinary.
No.
I think it's fine, right? I'd be slightly willing to escalate in that, like, hey, could you please open the door for me? Thanks. Like,
yeah, no, I might try that next time.
As soon as I see them standing there, right? Maybe even before I turn the key, right? It's like they're like, I think it should be clear that they're not going to approach the door like immediately, right? Even before you like turn the key, they're in there with you at the same time, right? They're not like making the move, right? Then like as I'm putting it in, it's like, oh hey, could you grab the door for me, please, right? And turning it, right? Then why aren't you opening the door, right? Like oh, could you grab it for me, please, right? And maybe I'll like dilly dally a little bit of like trying to put my keys back in or whatever the fuck, right? And just like, let's see how long. And then if she doesn't move, oh okay. Oh, then I'm gonna chill here. It's like, oh.
Then you don't let him in the building, or you just don't let him in the building, and you go, hey, sorry, I can't let someone in.
That's true. That would probably be like the most aggressive move. I'm like, I'm gonna open the door, but it's just for me. I'm gonna like sneak by the door and then close it behind.
I'm sorry. Just if you could, I don't know if you do you live here?
I actually like that. Yeah,
you got a key. So
that's like the most like
Be American, Corey. Be American. It solves all the problems. It solves every single one of your problems if you just act American.
Impose your will. Exactly. Okay. All right. I do have a topic. I think. So to the audience members, we had an original topic, but since there's not enough people here, I figure I'll save that for another week, and we'll deal with it then. But did you have something you wanted to say before, Ali?
Well,
if not, that's okay.
I want to be. I think I need to be urged away from workers in automation because of every time I go to Chipotle. But that could be a different day. But if I go to Chipotle one more time and the guy is disgruntled at work and he makes it my problem that he has a job at Chipotle, I might vote for the robots to take everyone's job because it's getting frustrating.
Hey, I've gone on my crusade with self-checkout, right? I'm not pro self-checkout.
I might be pro self-checkout if these cashiers don't start wisening up. I want people to have jobs, right? I think there are low-skilled people who in the future, we're not going to really provide for them. We're either going to Section 8 them. We're not going to have UBI, and I'm worried for the future in automation, but also they need to put a little pep in their step for me to keep fighting for them. I need this.
But like when you say disgruntled, I'd like you can tell they're just like pissed off and they're angrily preparing your food. Or...
Yeah. I should like listen, man. I get it. You're at work. You don't like where you work. No, most people don't like where they work, but like don't make it the customer's problem, right? Because I am a tipping person. I am a vibes person. I work in the service industry, so it's like I understand you have to provide an atmosphere in order to have this career go. And if you want to keep your job, you don't want people complaining about you being like an asshole, right? So like it is just all around for the entire environment. Better if you're just at least content with the fact that you are where you are. I'd say, Chipotle, Moe's. I feel that there's this attitude of like, oh, I don't want to be here, and I'm gonna make it your problem as a customer when you ask me for extra. It's like, listen, bro.
They all have shit we gotta do that tells you to tip in Chipotle.
They have a screen that tells you to tip everywhere, bro. If not to tip, to donate, right? Like I can't go to a gas station without them asking me to donate 15 cents to the Cancer Foundation, right? Do you want to round up your
like fucking fast food as far as I'm concerned, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not tipping at no. Okay. Well,
they have a tip selection. I'm
not a Chipotle type person, so I might have gone in there once, like a decade ago. But okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. Me when I worked at Chick-fil-A in college, I've told it before that like I Like I was the type to, so I was working back then. I was filling in the like the chicken nugget stuff, right? Like whatever they called there. I forget. Um, and maybe something else too. I forget, but specifically, I remember the chicken nuggets, right? And like there was like packs of 8 and like 12 or something, or I forget what the sizes were. Whatever it was, I'll put extra in there, right? Fuck the man. I'm
Oh, instead of like the order of
overstepping.
8, you give it 9. You know,
Yeah.
you're tipping the customers.
Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Put extra in there.
Do you sign your name
But
on it from Prime? This is courtesy of
yeah,
Prime.
right. Well, here's the thing, right? Because I didn't understand at the time because I'm just like an open person naturally. You see me quite secretive now as to like my name and where I'm from and all that
Yeah.
nonsense, right? But like that's only because of online BS, right? In person, I'm quite open. So I would tell this like worker lady who was sitting next to me, not sitting next to me, but like working next to me, this older blonde lady, right? I was like, oh yeah, like this is the thing that I'm doing, right? And then she like she goes, uh-huh, and she tells the manager.
She
The chick
reported you.
tells the
Yeah.
manager. Can you
Yeah.
believe that? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Lady, yeah, she
Yeah.
tells the manager. That
Ellie liked her job too much.
yeah. And
Dude,
it's like,
I
fuck
actually,
you. I think I went back and started doing it any which way. Like, fuck you. Like,
You doubled up even more. You doubled down.
I got fired from. I worked at the mall at at Guess once, and they had this day where if you signed up for their membership program, I was like 16. If you signed up for their membership program, you got like 30% off your purchase, and if you didn't, you got nothing off your purchase. Cool. So like people would come in, and I realized that like maybe a third to like 50% of the people didn't want to sign up, and they would just throw all the things back and not buy anything. So my smart ass was like, well, let me just create a card and give these people 30% off anyways, because 70% of a sale is better than 0% of a sale. And then a month later, I got called in and reprimanded by like some fucking guy had to call over the phone and have a conversation with me and tell me that I was stealing. And I was like, but I made you so much money. You should be rewarding me right now. And I didn't understand the concept, which to this day, I still kind of don't. I get what I did was wrong, but I still made you more money than not. But that wasn't even the point. It's not the clothes, it's the data.
And
yeah. It's the data that they were trying to collect, not the $100 worth of clothes.
Yeah, but like Prime, were you fired as a result of that action when they reported you, or like you just got like a talking to? And
yeah, took me into office and like asked me about. I was like, I don't know. We both know I don't give a fuck about this job. Like, whatever. Like,
can you explain our deficit in chicken tenders? We're missing about 10 of them.
I have no clue. You have no fucking clue, right? It was the blonde woman who told you that, right? That fucking narc. And unfortunately, I didn't like completely learn my lesson there, right? Like, oh, just don't trust your fellow workers, because they're people who just who aren't cool, who just aren't cool, basically, right? Or who always looking like to tout to the boss, right? Like there's just like a personality type that will do that. I can assure you that was never me. Like I don't like I unless
I believe
you. You're putting someone in danger or like something extreme, right? Like no, I'm not going to tell the boss. I don't give a fuck about that, right? Like and it had nothing to do with my job. I'm not going to get in trouble for it. Then what difference does it make to me?
Some people just feel like they have to, right? They're like, well, this job is providing me this income, so I must protect it, and maybe even like I can curry some favor with the management, right? Maybe they'll look at me for assistant manager if I'm out here squealing and looking out for the bottom line.
Make a good assistant manager, yeah, if you're a squealer, exactly. But yeah, man, like I was one comrade among the others who were,
you were socializing the food.
Yeah, like if it was supposed to be 8 in there, again, I forget what the sizes were, but like you get 9 or maybe 10 if I could like squeeze it in there, right? Like, so yeah, fuck them.
I mean, like, yeah. I think I understand both perspective. Like I'm on your side, and like I would definitely be annoyed, and I view the person that reported you negatively. But like, would you react differently if you were the restaurant owner and you learned one of your employees was doing this? Because like some restaurants do operate on some thin margins, right?
Well,
Um,
Chick-fil-A
Not
did.
Chick-fil-A.
yeah, no, that's
Chick-fil-A.
what I take. Some restaurants do.
Right? Like, I think I think if you're going to do something like that, it does like take an awareness of like the establishment, right? Like, if this was like a single diner, right, and they're just struggling to get by, right? Like, yeah, that could fuck them over, right? If you want to, you're like not even because you care about them, but if you want your job to be there in the future, right? Like, you want to help this business be profitable, right? So it's something to be, but then maybe you don't like those people and you're like, fuck them. So, which is also a choice, right? But like for this the huge corporation who didn't give a fuck about me and was paying me not much, like fuck them, right? Fuck them.
Yeah, no, that I
At
understand.
that
In
point,
that context,
that
like, I agree with you.
within the context of the boss, like I get why the boss would talk to me, right? Like he's running the establishment, right? But the person I confided into was a worker, right? I forget if she was there before me or after me. I feel like she was there like soon after me, right? Like there was someone else there, but then they quickly left and then was replaced by this lady. And I started, but look, this is a long time ago, so I could be wrong. Not that anyone of you will ever check. I can lie about all this. No one will ever
You
check.
know, all of this etched in your memories crystal clear, these formative experiences.
But in any case, right, like I was talking to a fellow worker, right? Fellow worker also, right, like employee number 87 dash, right, 432, whatever, right? Like you also are no one here, right? You also, your job was secure. Like there wasn't going to be a shredded chicken nuggets, and then like this thing was closed. It was in the student union, right? They had like a contract to be there, right? It's fine, you're good, right? And I wasn't hurting anyone. I wasn't. One thing I was like, being a danger to their food, right? Like spitting on the fucking thing, right? Like if I saw another worker doing bad, I would report that shit. Like, no, you can't like spit in the food, right? You can't adulterate the food, put people in danger. No, I was being a comrade to my fellow consumers. No, fuck that. Like, again, I don't blame the boss for talking to me. Like, that's perfectly reasonable. The guy's in charge of the establishment, right? And it's got to be running, ship shape, right? But I also wouldn't have been dumb enough to talk to the boss about that, right? This is between work.
Yeah, no, obviously that I know.
Yeah,
and like in the context of like a large chain restaurant or like franchise with like thousands of locations,
they have done well for themselves, right? Since I struck against them in the intervening years, Chick-fil-A has done very well for themselves. So whatever.
But yeah, but if you own like your own personal restaurant, like I imagine you maybe feel like maybe slightly different or.
That's what, but I already said that, right? Like in terms of it was a small restaurant. Like I think,
okay,
even if I'm not working, even if I don't own it, right? I'm saying like if you're working in a small restaurant and they're just like like the margins are quite thin, right? Like, well, if you care about your job, like it'd probably be best to make sure this place is as profitable as possible, right? And so like doing something like that would not be helpful, but like you might still want to do that because fuck them, or maybe you don't like the bosses or whatever, right?
Yeah, or if they're treating you poorly, I can understand.
But like still, like that would change my calculus, right? As a worker, certainly, and of course as an owner, well, you're an owner. And your priorities are always different when you're an owner.
Your calculated decision at the time makes sense to me.
If I was the owner, right? Well, then I could change how many I put in the box. I could, like, if it works out, and if it pleases the customers, if it drives sales, I might change like how many is in the box.
Or you factor in the employee defection of like, well, I'm going to put just 5 on the menu, knowing that Brian's going to put 6.
Exactly.
You work out a deal with the employee.
And you just constantly scale down each time.
You tell the employee, listen, I'm going to put on the menu it's 5, right? But I know I can make money if you still put 7. So you put 7, you get a tip, I get a sale. Everyone's happy. That's a smart way to work it.
That might be a play, right? Like,
actually, yeah.
Everyone's like getting a bonus, right? And they're like, oh, is it just for me? Maybe I'll come back. Maybe I'll come back when Ali is like working at the till. He's gonna give me and then like a cute girl will show up. It's like,
they're gonna hook it up, so on and so forth.
Just for you. That's actually not a bad play. That's not. That's pretty good. Okay, so then I'll unless you want to say something else about Chipotle.
No, just saying, they need to step it up.
Fair enough. And also I hated working at those places. Like it wasn't. I don't want to take it out on other people, but I didn't like.
I
I
definitely
don't.
understand any fast food worker, let's say, feeling bad, but I also understand Ali's point of like you don't want to, as a customer, walk into an establishment and feel like you're not welcome there, or like feel like you're torturing the employees.
There was another. So there was a shared kitchen. Right? Remember, this was in the student union. This right. And so I actually employed by the student union and not specifically by the Chick-fil-A, right? And so I bounced around to a bunch of different establishments there. Anyway, part of it was being in the back and like cleaning dishes. That effing sucked.
Yeah.
Holy, oh my god, that sucked. And the other one was like going around and like cleaning the tables and stuff, right? Like out there, which I hated. I'd rather be behind also. Oh, behind the counter and do stuff there. I was also I served pizza for an establishment there. That was better because the people were more interesting and more fun to talk to. So I was those days were my favorite. Yeah, the end of the story, really. So what I was going to ask about, and this will be, I think we can make a meal out of this one.
A Chipotle meal?
Well, not a Chipotle meal.
Chick-fil-A meal with extra tenders.
Extra chicken nugget or whatever the fuck it's called. So this has come up a few times, but like I was looking at some videos, YouTube videos, and this came up. So imagine a situation where you're married, right? All right. For some of us, it's harder than for others. Imagine that you're married, right? Or at the very least, you have a long-term partner, right? That's fine too, right? Like this partner, this is a female in this case, right? This partner is going through some sort of change, right? We don't know exactly what it was. It doesn't really matter what it is, right? Well, it might. We'll come back to that in a second. But like some sort of change has happened. And from there, they are uninterested in sex, right? Now, they are interested in sex, or at least have a low libido or whatever, right? You try to approach them and they like rebuff you, right? Sorry, no, not tonight, or got a headache for weeks at a time, or like whatever, right? And they're just not interested. Now, the reason why they're not interested isn't because of you, right? We got to put that aside, right?
Or the headache.
Lots of reasons why a person is not interested in sex, right? So it's not necessarily because like, oh, you've been ignoring them, or you've been you haven't been communicating, or somehow a bad partner, right? Maybe those issues might have been part of the situation beforehand, but you two we're a good couple. You communicate, you work on it, right? So you've overcome that. But in the end, right now, she's not interested in sex, right? And this happens for a long period of time. Like, what do you do? Right now, we can talk about like we can go through the reasons as to why she may not want to, but like on its face, right? Let's ignore the reason why for now, right? We're gonna put that aside. We'll get to it later, but we'll put it aside for now. She doesn't want to have sex, and this is going on for a long time, maybe even years.
Dead bedroom scenario, basically.
Sure. What should be done?
So, so based off of the situation that you have outlined, it sounds like, let's say, communicating with the partner is out of the question. It's like,
I mean, you have communicated, right? And
yeah, right. As in, like, that's why I'm saying like that. As in, like, you've attempted on your part to like try to, either clarify or get to the root of the problem or understand the situation, and either like silence, or there are no answers or no satisfying answers. You just have all the information that you have is like no sex, and
no sex.
That's it.
Big piece of information. Takes up a lot of the data sheet, right? Yeah,
exactly. In big bold letters, Yeah, in
0.
72 font in your mind.
Yeah.
No sex.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm, let's say, deep into a marriage or a relationship, like, I would probably tough it out for a while. But then at some point, if communication can't either clarify the situation and provide answers, or provide a solution, then I would probably either end the relationship or divorce, probably.
Okay. So I want to go to Ali, and again, Ali, we're ignoring the reason for now. We'll start going down the reasons later on if they change your answer. But I just want to get your initial thoughts.
Okay, so like if the reason, obviously we're saying it's not because of you, they're just whatever reason from their end.
Yeah.
Man, the only qualifier I'd want to put in is that if you know if sex work was legal, there wouldn't be a worry of STDs, which would make a bigger problem. But I'd like at a certain point, I'd be like, all right, cool. So if you don't want to have sex, right? But we still love each other. We're still in a good relationship. It's just the sex part is out, and I have my urges for every now and then. I'd want to be able to engage in sex work, right? I'd want to be able to like go to a strip club or a whorehouse or whatever it may be, a brothel, and I'd want to be able to indulge so long as like, you know, the safety part is at OnlyFans or like an escort or whatever it may be. I think that'd be a more fair conversation. And then if I can't, then yeah, probably divorce, because that makes no sense. Like you just get no sex. That's not fair.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go down like different reasons as to why, right? So like, so and these were two separate videos that I encountered this for, and about two different subjects, right? This is one video about a magazine, and you might have you probably guys aren't online enough to have heard of this, but like there is a conservative like women's magazine, like a conservative Cosmo type thing, right? It's called Evie. And
Instead of like a sex tip, it's like baking and cooking tips.
No. So like I said, it's like to be like a Cosmo type thing.
So how to be a tradcon.
Yeah, pretty close to that. In any case,
how to dress modestly.
There that was part of it, yeah. Previously. But in their latest issue, it was like the sex issue, right? This is aimed at like and it was aimed specifically at women who were either newly married, right, or soon to be married, right? Specifically, right? Obviously, you shouldn't be having sex in any other situation, right? So, those are only women who like that should be a concern for. But anyway, so they create like a sex issue, right? Like, hey, you got questions, we got answers, and from what I understand, that at least some of their advice was actually like quite good, especially for a person who's like completely naive on the subject, right? Like a one-on-one. A 101 type of situation, right? Like some of it was good, others not so great, right? Like within the conservative like mindset, right? Like the trad mindset there. But it is what it is, right? If you're the type of woman to have bought that and would be reading that, then you're there for the ride. In any case, at some point within the magazine, they talk about childbirth. And they talk about like, okay, childbirth is a trauma, whatever the fuck, right? And afterwards, you're gonna need a bit of time, right, to recuperate. And then but like be ready because your husband might want to get started before you're ready, right? And they're like, and this again, I haven't read this, so this is according to like the YouTubers who related this to me, right? They said, yeah, we'll tell your husband to like hold off, right? Like, hey, like I love you and I want you, but like I'm still recovering right now. But by the second week, then you should maybe start initiating, right?
Second week after birth.
Second week.
That seems like really even that's even like shorter than the timeline I would have in mind. Of like
sounds dangerous, yeah.
So
I'm expecting more on the order of like months, of like 2 months, 4 months, even 6 is like reasonable to me.
the a
Weeks.
woman, one of the women who were was reviewing this, she mentions that like of the medical advice, she had two kids, is that like you wait at least 6 weeks,
Yeah.
because of the, specifically she talked about how like the placenta when it removes from like the wall is like leaves like a gaping wound in there,
Yeah.
that like it takes time to like heal up. And you don't want to be introducing like any more germs into that situation. You want to get her sick or whatnot, right?
And also assuming
So
a natural child as opposed to cesarean, which I assume that might alter things as well.
it might. That's a good. Actually, I didn't consider
Yeah.
that. Yeah, cesarean might alter things. I don't know. But I'm sure we could Google it and find out. But in any case, the point is that like, um, uh, according to as was laid to me, it was like 2 weeks. And then you should start like being game again. Um, and it's like so they took umbrage, right? So and so here's the part that like was interesting for me, right? So like I agree, right? If the medical advice is like 2 months, then like at the very least 2 months I'm waiting, right?
Yeah.
At the very least, I'm gonna follow medical advice. I'm not gonna pester my wife, right? Who's gone through this trauma for the both of us, right? To
Mhm.
deliver our child. I'm not gonna do any of that shit, right? That fucking sucks. And it sucks if anyone pressures her or makes her feel less than or whatever. Like that's just it's whatever, right? And also, right, I think it's fair that like it might take her a bit longer, you know? Like obviously like she's an individual, she has her own needs, her whole emotional needs, and it and like it takes a while to get your mind back on it, right? Or whatever, right? And so like if it takes a bit longer, I'm cool. All right, I'm here, right? And in fact, the thing I'm busy with is dealing with this kid, right? We got to raise a kid, brand new child. That should be our focus. But right, like they imply, right? The YouTubers who are presenting, so it's not the magazine. The YouTubers presenting is like, yeah, it's like it might take years. I'm like, what? It seems like a little much, right? Like I know that does happen, but like I think the excuse here is that oh well she's the mother of your child, which is yeah great, but like that doesn't negate the fact that like we're still in a relationship, an adult relationship, and like I would like physical intimacy at some point, right? I wouldn't have had the baby if it was no more
Yeah.
physical intimacy for the rest of my life. I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if I'm gonna take that trade off, you know. Um, so like, what is like if it's because of childbirth, right? That's the inciting incident here. Well, what do you think? Does that change? Does it change how long you wait? Does it change like how you view the situation? Yeah, what are your thoughts?
It changes it slightly. What actually doesn't really truly change it for me because that's why I said like my original answer was like I would probably stick it out for a number of years. But then if at some point after like 5, maybe even 10 years, it's like there's no change or movement in the needle, then it's like I'll probably be out. But like that's where it's like with a childbirth, like at least I would have something, an explanation, something I can point to. And let's say if it's childbirth or maybe like some postpartum depression and some complications. And, I'm sure there's a number of other complications that occur with a pregnancy or post pregnancy. That's why it's like, just the grace period of a number of years is, reason. But like at some point, if it's really like, if it goes unexplained for like 5 to 10 years, then that's difficult for me to probably
Okay, no, it's playing
process.
for 5 to 10 years. Childbirth.
Well, yeah, like
It's not a
if
good enough reason for Corey.
well, if they say like if after like 5 years, as in like they were pregnant 5 years ago, and they're still pointing to this to the same reason of like I'm not in the mood, be due to the pregnancy, I would be like, okay, I understand, but then like, well, I would propose of like, well, what can we do to, well, like you, uh, this is the inside joke prime. What should we do together to solve this problem?
Mhm.
And And if they can't, if we can't come up with solutions, solutions that don't involve breaking up, then it's like, well, then yeah, I have no choice. Well, I do have choice, but rather I'm probably going to heavily lean towards breaking up or ending the relationship or marriage at that point. If like that is truly the explanation that they give, and through our problem solving, there's no meaningful solution, then like, yeah, just like Prime again, inside information. It's like when the roles were reversed, when my penis was amputated, and I said, you can go. I can't live up to what you want. I can't give you what you want. So yes, you're free to leave. I would
So
hope
my friend
it goes in
Ali,
reverse.
yeah, there was we had a stream. We have a Friday stream, and we talked to from Dr. Greg, who came on the channel of Reverie, a while ago. But anyway, yeah, we do this like a health focused thing, and he brought in this doctor, who this female doctor, and anyway, we were talking to her. And when her audience members like asked us questions like, oh yeah, like if your penis is like amputated, right? Like what would you do? Like if your partner like still wanted sex. And it's like, and I was like, oh well, and I thought that was being saying the mature thing. It's like, hey, like, yeah, you should just either like like break up, right? Let my partner go because I can't perform, right? And if this is an important part for her, it might not be important for her, right? Like there's some people who like sex is just not important to them, and so like they'd be willing just to give that up, like period, or at least penile penetration, right? I said, one of my answers is that like, well, yeah, like there's lots of parts to sex, right? It's like, it doesn't have to just be that. You can find other ways to stimulate them. And if they're happy with that, they can be satisfied within that. Oh, great, problem solved, right? I mean, sort of, because my penis is gone. That problem, unfortunately, that problem.
Yeah, there's less stimulation for you though. Is the greater issue? I feel like in
but
that
still,
one.
right? Like this is in terms of like, yeah, like in terms of your relationship, in terms of your partner, right? Like, okay, well then explore some other options there. But I also said like, well, yeah, you like breaking up is a perfectly valid reason. If like they're looking for something you literally cannot provide it for them, right? Well then fine. Or and this is the thing that I got a lot of pushback for. I said that like, well, why don't you could also open up your marriage, right?
Let her
That's kind
fuck.
of what you were going with, right? Like I can't do it anymore, right? And so like it might hurt me, right? But like, hey, like let's try to be mature about this. I really care about you. I don't want to break up a family unit, right? There might be children involved, right? And so like, hey, you should maybe step out of this, right? Let's be mature about this. Let's set our ground rules and go from there. But like this turned into a whole thing, right? And then the lady was telling us like, because I was using the language of I, right?
As was
like,
I was using.
Yeah, but she's like, well, what about we, right? I'm catching. She was like doing the whole pop psychology thing, right? I caught you, right? You keep talking about I, but this is a couple, right? So it's we. I'm like, all right, whatever. Ignore
That's
that.
stupid. That's
it was stupid.
That's
It was
so
exactly
dumb.
as
That's so dumb.
dumb.
The pushback. What was the pushback like? What if your wife doesn't want to go out? Like, what was the pushback on the opening up the marriage?
I think they were just kind of like, also there was her, and then she brought in a second person who was a lawyer, a female lawyer.
Hell yeah.
And so and I think I saw Dr. Keisha was like the woman. I think I went to her like TikTok page before, and like she seems older than me. I'm pretty sure she's older than me, but I'm not.
I'm pretty sure you are correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I saw her TikTok page as well.
And the other one, I hadn't seen at all, but she sounds like older, at least from her responses and stuff, right? In fact, no, she's definitely she was like married for like almost 30 years, was it?
Yeah,
right? Like 25,
unless she was like married when she was 14 or something. Even then,
yeah. So so they're both older than us, and like the pushback seemed to be like a generational thing because like they were like surprised like this would be even an option. They were like shocked, right? I was like, like people open up their marriage, right? And like the lawyer was like, and you find these people online, and she was shocked, right? I was like, yeah, you can. I mean, that's one place.
You're one of them. It's not even like you find these people online. It's like you're one of them. I've had that. I've ran that thought experiment. At the end of the day, like if you can't fuck, right? If you can't have sex, but you love the person, and they love you, and I mean, like this idea. I think this comes from like like I'm not someone who like fiends for sex. Sex is cool, right? But like when I was single, it was like every few months, you know, you go out, you get laid every now and then. But if like I think most people will live. I think this exaggeration of like how much men need sex or how much they like go out like, you know, because there's so many people who go out and put out that you like, oh my god, I can't go a week without sex. You went 2 weeks without sex in a TV show and people go like lose their mind.
Oh yeah,
you
know?
Which I always thought was ridiculous. But like the realistic thing is, when you were single, you weren't getting laid that much. So when you were in a relationship, you're probably going to get laid a little bit more. But then when you go back, when you go back to your regular norm, or if you drop back to your norm, I don't see like this issue. So like when people are freaking out over the opening up the marriage, right? They're also flipping it and being like, well, now your wife is just going to fuck a different guy every single day of the week. And it's like, well, no, probably not, right? It'll probably be like an occasional thing. It'll probably be like every now and then. Like most women aren't nymphos. Most men aren't like pussy slayers. Like we don't live in this world where we're on the end of each extreme. So like I think that's why people like freak out, is because they either see themselves in the extreme or they see their partner in the extreme if it's flipped on them. And then they freak out of like, oh, you would open up your marriage, you would just be cucked. It's like, well, I don't think it's cucked. If I can't have sex, right? And then my partner wants to have sex every now and then, I don't, like,
yeah, if you literally cannot provide what they need, it's like, what are you supposed to do at that point? But out of curiosity, if you want to say, Ali, like, it seems like you're open to open up your marriage. Like, would your family be okay with that?
No, like, but like that's not really like I don't really. I'm very limited. Well, so that's how much I care about my family thinks.
That's fair. That's what I'm trying to click, because like let's say for some friends that I know that have similar cultural backgrounds to you, like their parents' input is very important.
For sure. Like, and that's where these magazines come in, right? Because they're also coming from like the super traditional lens of like, well, your husband is owed, like your thing is like, our husbands owed sex. And the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes. Husbands are owed sex. Like you got married, you limited yourself, so on and so forth. The whole idea of marriage was originally like, hey, this is one person, right? You weren't supposed to have premarital sex. You were supposed to wait until you got married, and then you'd have sex with this person. So like, the idea that you don't get to have sex with the one person that you're limited to, unless it be cheating or adultery or whatever, is a little bit ridiculous. Like,
I wouldn't say that like they're owed sex. So like answering the question.
Yeah, I wouldn't frame it that way either, personally.
I wouldn't frame it as being owed sex. I would say that like within the context of the marriage, right? Like everyone has bodily autonomy. She has the right to say no, and I don't think you're implying otherwise. To be very clear, I don't think my friend Ali is implying otherwise.
Yeah.
No. She has the right to say no, right? Have bodily autonomy. Feel these feelings, right? Whatever they may be, and for whatever reason, right?
100%.
She gets to refuse sex, right? But I think and I don't know the best way, right? So like the way I might explain this might be messy, right? And so give me the grace to clean it up, right? If it sounds bad, right? But like I wouldn't say owed sex, but like I would say that like it is normal for the husband to be desirous of the wife. And this comes into the second video, right? This becomes part of the second video that I watched, which were completely separate subject. Maybe the algorithm was just doing its job, right? And it presented this to me. But like men being desirous of their wives is normal, right? And it's a natural thing to do, right? Like, yeah, you might have an expectation if it's a monogamous relationship that like you are owed their fidelity, right? Right, that like, you know, you don't get to step out on someone else with me necessarily, right? Like there's that, but like not necessarily that like, hey, like you have a duty towards me to provide it. But I also don't have a duty, and this is where I would come in. I don't have a duty to accept being denied, right? So like if you're saying that I'm not going to provide this for whatever reason, and reasons could be extremely valid, right? Well, okay, well, sure, I'll work with you, but at some point, right, I don't have to accept that I'm not going to have sex for the rest of my life, and so I can exit the relationship, right? Or maybe again, negotiate a path to like opening up the marriage if you can't provide this aspect for me. But yeah,
that's kind of more what I'm getting at. Is less so for me. It's because sex is like the act. It's less about the act of sex and more about like I think men also deserve, well, men and women, right? If you're in a relationship, you deserve to be desired by that person, so long as you're putting in like your best foot forward, right? Like if you're not some asshole, if you're not a bum, if you're not like a bitch on the other end, if you're just like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, then the desire should be something that you like deserve to feel, right? Like I and I think if you lose that, right, if there is no sex being given, then I think for me the most apt would be to either open up the marriage. But if they're not willing to open up the marriage, then I guess you would leave, because I do think that like I think there's a deserval of desire. I don't know if that's fair, but if I'm in a relationship with someone,
desire. Sorry, was it?
Yeah. There's a
deserval of desire.
Yes. Listen, I make up words all the time. We're Gucci on my end.
I got the sense of it.
Yeah, you know what I meant, right?
It's not a word, but
I didn't know what you meant. I don't know what deserval desire means.
There's a deservability of desire. All right, we make it even longer.
Yes. That's still not a word.
I'm saying
deserving of desirability.
People deserve to feel desired if they're in a relationship with someone. So once again, so long as you're doing your normal thing, your best foot forward, and I think that's where like the bigger issue comes in.
But like, are you both? And welcome, Katie. Are you both like, as in like, it seems like you're both open to opening up the marriage as like one of the the primary solutions, as in like you're more amenable or more likely to open up the marriage as opposed to ending the relationship. Is that like a fair assessment?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. As I'm probably not on that page, or almost certain that I'm on that page.
Really?
Yeah. Corey. Go ahead.
Yeah. I would probably end the relationship before then entertaining the idea of opening up the marriage.
Even if there were kids involved?
Probably even then. Yeah.
So for me,
and and also maybe to clarify like my clarify my position further, is like this scenario of, let's say, no sex. I guess maybe we should like if it really is the case of like there is no sexual relationship at all whatsoever, like as in I don't just like view sex like it just has to be like this penetrative sex type of thing. As in like if there's literally no other no sexual relationship whatsoever where we're essentially just roommates, then like I'm probably going to end the relationship.
Maybe if it was just the me and like as a couple, sure. But I think if for me, if there was a kid involved, I'd actually be okay with being like domestic partners or just like essentially like roommates with a kid. We love each other, so on. So we're maintaining a relationship, because I wouldn't see myself wanting to get into another relationship while I have a kid with another person. Like even if we're divorced or separated, I don't think I'd want to get into like another relationship long term with another person. I'd be just akin to having just have my kid and then like the person I'm raising my kid with at that point.
Okay. Why don't we open this up?
Katie's just like, no. You're wrong.
Katie. Hello, hi Katie. Thanks for being here. What are your thoughts? I'm not sure how much of this you heard.
I don't think Katie believes us. I don't know where we're at. Okay, what's up?
That's true. I mean, I don't. I'm also a bit heated because I was in a different chat where a bunch of leftist men got upset that I dehumanize men by saying that they were all pieces of meat to me that I just want to use and discard. So I'm a bit annoyed at men right now. So there's some heat.
You're annoyed at men for being
as you discarded those leftist men like pieces of meat.
They weren't even good meat. Like they were unsatisfying and unworthy to be consumed. Like
that's why
I don't know.
I should go vegan. Yeah.
Yeah, because the vegan men are much better.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Obviously, Prime had to do a title of "Do Husbands Deserve Sex?" or like owed sex, and then have no women and no one who's married. Now, to be fair, I'm not married.
I was married.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Do you have sex?
Yeah.
I will ask.
Pixar did happen, but go ahead.
Occasionally, it's every now and then.
Okay, what's now and then?
I don't know if I'm litigating my actual sex life online. I do have a wife to consider for this, you know?
Fair. I think that there are multiple
Well,
issues.
is it mostly up to your satisfaction?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Wifey's,
Thank
listen.
Thank you for inserting a question that I wasn't interested in, Corey.
Oh, I was interested.
Of course, because it matters how the husbands feel. No.
And my wife's satisfied.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm confident in that.
I thought you're not going to litigate that.
But I'm not going to talk about how often or so on and so forth. But like,
just
in the
that she's
idea that me
satisfied.
and my wife are sexually happy with each other, absolutely.
Okay. I think that there are multiple issues. One of them is that of course, you don't do the caveats because it's just. Can I ask a question?
This is a no question panel in my eyes.
Because I don't want to do the whole like lecture before we assess this. So what Corey said earlier, like it doesn't have to be penetrative, right? Like it's like any sexual activity, like just not us being roommates. So what does that mean? Does that mean that she's lying in bed and making cute faces at you while you jerk yourself off? Is that sexual engagement for you?
Ooh, fully
potentially
that's joy.
That's why
great,
I said like if we can have a conversation about it and we can come to a solution, and because like I haven't explored every single possibility out there, but like it might come to a point that I would be satisfied of like, yeah, them just lying there seductively and me getting myself off. I'm not close.
Okay.
IRL joy.
So for a lot of men that they say, oh, not necessarily penetrative, but when we're talking about being owed sex, a lot of this conversation revolves, and Ali said this idea of like there's a right to be desired, and
a deservability.
I actually agree with the deservability part more. I think people who wish to be desired do deserve to have that, but I also think it's much more malleable and negotiable than most heterosexual relationships give it credit for. So I'm less interested in like especially in liberal spaces, like guys would be like, oh, it doesn't have to be penetrative, of course. But then you ask a guy, okay, so would you be in a relationship and would you consider that a sexual relationship if you could only climax from self-stimuli?
Yeah, potentially. So that's why, like, because I tried to sort of clarify the scenario that Prime outlined in terms of like the only information that I have is like there's no sex like whatsoever, and like we can't troubleshoot, as in we've tried to have conversation, as in like all the information that I have is like no sexual activity. But then like if it comes to a point, like pretty much my bare minimum is like at some point they're open to explore. And then if through exploration we can come to a solution, great. But then if not through exploration we can't come to a solution, then like I would entertain the idea of leaving.
How do you feel about that, Ali? Because you didn't feel so confident as Corey.
That if no, well, I'm more amenable to opening it up, but I'm also down for like the demand. Is there a kid in the situation or not? If there's no kid, I mean, it matters. It changes for me. If there's no kid in the situation, then yeah, I guess there's like, why would I like continue a relationship? I feel like I would want the sexual part of the relationship,
because
if there was a kid, I'd be more down for the roommate situation.
This is part of my thesis, because when we discuss this, the framing is often, and you said this is why I wanted to come on, that's like, if people who say, I love my partner is my friend, they're all these things, but they're like, if our relationship doesn't have me being able to access your body for sex, then like what in this romantic relationship is there for me? Which implies that for that person, the only separation between romantic and non-romantic is the access to someone else's body. And for some people it is, but that's something worth exploring.
So basically you're the outline, the details saying like the difference between a relationship and a friendship is the sex. And you're saying it isn't the sex, right?
I'm saying that it's much more prone to individual tendencies than what people tend to think. And I take big issues specifically with this topic, people using very brush heteronormative strokes on it, because I think they breed very toxic ideas.
Well, can you clarify which toxic ideas you're referring to, unless I missed something?
Well, a lot of for example, I think a lot of people have the intuitive feeling that like the difference between romantic and platonic is the sex. And I think that's, well, it could be for some people, but I argue that when people posit that, they positive like that's a normative claim, like that's like the
You don't think it
objective
is?
reality. I do not think that it
Mm.
is. And I think that there's I would not judge someone who chooses to live their life like that. But if my partner's interest, his romantic interest with me, is solely into about access to my body, he would not be my partner. Period. Because that is insane. He could just have
I
a
s-
sex worker and being a
No,
romantic
so the
relationship with her
romantic
for that.
isn't limited to that, right? But like, so like I would posit that there's a difference between like a friendship where there is no attraction to one another, a hookup where, or like a person that you hook up with, but there is no relationship, there is no romantic attraction to, and then there's like the romantic plus the like the sexual, right? And I think the difference is like one, the
What
consistency
about
that
friends
you
with
have with someone.
benefits?
That's
Well,
what I was saying.
yeah,
There's no
yeah, got that.
romantic, but there's just like a sexual desire between those two people,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
there
yeah.
isn't a romantic component there.
Is there no romantic component there?
I don't
Well,
think so. No.
sometimes there's, sometimes.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
think
have to
friendship,
be.
it's a friendship
It
with
doesn't have to
with
be.
like with sex. So I think ultimately, right? I think people lie to themselves. If you're willing to, if you're hanging out with someone, right, you enjoy their personality and you like having sex with them, I think you end up into a relationship. And I think most people do. I think this myth of friends with benefits is kind of like, it only goes down one way, because the idea that like I like
Well,
the way
assuming
you
some
look,
mutual friends with benefits, I think
yeah,
would
well,
be a point of clarification.
yeah,
'Cause-
yeah, mutual
What's
friends. I
not
mean, yeah.
mutual? It's like
Well-
you're my friends with benefit, but you're secretly
one
my
person's
boyfriend.
attracted, one person's attracted, but the other person isn't attracted, right?
Yes,
It's one person just
exactly.
sees it as sex and the other person doesn't.
Oh, the
I think
mutual
even-
is okay. Yeah.
I think even then, the person who thinks they're not attracted to the person is lying to themselves, because like I don't really like once again, I don't really think men are just like, oh fuck anything as long as it's pussy. That I don't really think it's that simple. I think most people are not going to engage in something if there isn't like an attraction. And I think once you're engaging in that, it becomes romantic, right? But the romance isn't the access to like the body, right? But the sex is a differentiator, right? Like if you are in a monogamous relationship, you can't have sex with your friend because sex is a big deal. Sex is it's like a quote unquote, especially in the traditional world, it's like a sacred thing, right?
Yeah, so
That's the idea.
this is some of the context that I'm missing here because I don't know what the prompt was. But here's the problem. Like part of the heteronormative concepts that I think are bad is that in our society, for example, when we talk about relationships and sex and women and men, it's all, we already superimpose, we assume a mono framework, right? I want to say monotheistic, but that's not what we're talking. Monogamous, a monogamous relationship, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But when we're discussing things like attraction, like what is romance, what is romantic love without sex, and all those things, you will find that a lot of the times when you're engaging with those questions honestly, you are trying to push them towards something that makes sense within the monogamous framework. So these are not honest answers that you have with yourself. It's, well, I'm going to be in a monogamous relationship, so I need this to kind of fit with where I'm going, right? And everybody does that to an extent.
You brought up like romance without sex.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think romance builds to sex, and that's like that's kind of like the idea of it. That's the whole point of the romance, is to build like unless you want to do like platonic friendship romance, but like to be romantic is to be like in pursuit, right? It's traditionally from the male's end, right? If we're gonna do the heteronormative bullshit, to romance your woman is to get her to be attracted to you even more, and to get her to like, and this is what the like end goal.
Do you know I'm smiling because I deeply disagree, right? You know that's what the
what's
smile.
yeah, so what's the idea
smile.
of romance then? Yeah, that's fine. What's the idea of romance? I have no problem with that.
Well, no. It's So my thing is always in these conversations, I just like poking holes because my end goal, I will tell you my end goal is that I think these things are much more capable of being individualized and like configured for the individual needs. And when people talk about it in like generalities, they are enforcing certain ideas that people feel more comfortable falling into. So I mostly spend most of my time in these conversations just like asking questions that I know generate thought. So I'm not necessarily, I can tell you, I don't know if I have like an idea of a romance, but I will tell you when I hear, especially as a woman and like in a traditional heteronormative world, blah, 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 and I hear a man saying, well, romance, the end stage of romance is to get to like sex, right? It doesn't have to be penetrative sex. My God, I'm not that old fashioned, of course, but sex,
I definitely said it like that.
Well, no,
With that.
wait, but that's if you just think sex is like this, just this thing. When I say like the romance, it's you're building attraction, you're building trust, you're like forming this relationship, you're building a comfortability with this person, right?
And you
And
see
then
sex as the climax of those things, the physical representation of those things.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Especially if we're talking about it in a traditional sense, like the magazine he brought up.
Well, I would
or
say
like
something
Ancient.
sexual
Yeah.
without defining what that is. Like,
Yeah,
I would
sex would be like a make out, a kiss, whatever it is, whatever involves like the bodies converging is the kind of end climax. Otherwise, what is the end climax?
I would then pose the question to Katie, is in like, do you think, or rather for you, can you have a romantic relationship with someone and define it however you want to, like where there's no physical component whatsoever?
Physical component?
Yeah, as in
no.
literally, like, as in like, even just like it's total virtual, as in like you only meet, you have your romantic relationship just through Discord. Is that feasible for you?
And I've done that. That's
okay. So, but then what about for Ali or Prime?
I'm not a good example because I have a very.
I'm aware. That's fine.
Yeah. I'll say that. Here's the thing. This is we also mix because you said physical. Physical is not sexual, and we're not even getting to sensual versus sexual versus physical versus erotic and all those different things. Nah, 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 nah. But so I guess what's more interesting can I ignore you and ask Ali a question?
Yes, you ignore me anyway, so go ahead.
Okay, here's the thing, because you said to me, sure, of course it's the climax. Otherwise, what is the climax? Well, some religious people would say that having children is the absolute climax of romance and trust and all of those things.
No. Not if they were smart. The point of they would say that would be the point of marriage. The point of marriage is children, right? The only point you get married isn't for love, isn't for romance, isn't for any of these things. It's to propagate your religion. You have more children, they propagate the religion, so on, especially religious people.
So here's what I'm trying to figure out. You saying that sex is the climax, the culmination of all the good romance stuff.
Yeah.
Is that your logical take, or is that this is how I feel about my own personal sex life?
I think both. I think for the majority.
Yeah, that's
people,
what I was concerned about.
Well, I mean, so like, if sex isn't the climax of romance, what's the climax of romance?
Well, I would argue that it would depend on a person, right?
For sure, but we're obviously going to try to speak in generalities here. If we do things in individual bubbles, we're never going to have an answer for anything because each individual person has a different like need or want or so on and so forth. But for the for the normies.
No. I've already posited that my purpose in these conversations is to argue that there is no general conversation and to encourage people to seek out their own individualistic answers. However, that's not the same as looking at, if you ask me, do most people think that sex is the climax of romance? Probably. Do I think that's good? Do I think that's an objective statement about romance or sex? Absolutely not. I think that's like an ideologically very patriarchal and very like religiously oriented point of view. And that's obviously where it came from. Even the idea that like sex and when you talk about sex, we haven't even discussed, okay, how about you have a sexual relationship with your partner. You fuck every single day, but you
Mhm.
never come.
Yeah, you're not satisfied with your partner. That's fair.
No, that's
No,
It's not good.
that's not
It's
what
not
I
good.
said.
It's not. Oh, yeah. Well, if you're not coming,
Mhm.
then your partner isn't satisfying you.
no.
Fair? Or is that how's that not fair?
Maybe
So-
something is
oh,
like something has gone wrong with your wiring. You are physically now incapable of orgasming.
Is that the idea we're going with? Like there's just something wrong in that.
The reason why I brought it up is because we're using the word climax, and that is a good way for me to tie that there's a reason why even when we talk about sex, we're actually talking about coming. We're not even talking about sex, because for a
Yeah.
lot of people those things are tied. But then
Yeah.
that would mean that a lot of women, because most women don't come most of
Yeah,
the time,
they're having bad
right?
sex and their men aren't satisfying them. Correct.
Well, a lot of them, but a lot of women might not necessarily want to come every time. It might be a lot of pressure because of a lot of
Or
different
know how
reasons.
to.
Or
feel
know how
comfortable,
to.
or feel
Yes.
comfortable enough to,
Yes.
because that's a big thing with coming for women. Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah.
agree with all of that. Does that make it bad? So is sex, is the marker for sex is coming, and it has to be both people every time? So I can't suck a guy off for like 5 minutes and move on with our day because neither of us came.
So you can, right? It's
But
just
it's bad sex.
but if you're never coming, yes. If you're never
Okay,
feeling the
okay, I
satisfaction,
see.
correct, right? Because
Okay,
because what you initiated with was like, well, some women don't want to every time, and then that means like
So
that
the
they're willing to
reason
indulge
why
in sexual activity, just not like give head or whatever, so on and so forth.
I
Then move
tried.
on.
I tried to build a hypothetical to like explain the general point that like when we think about the idea of sex as climax, what we actually mean is coming is the climax of sex, that is the climax of romance.
It is
right?
it is though. And
Is
I'd posit
it,
that
though?
I'd posit that most women actually aren't having good sex. And
I'd agree with
actually,
you.
yeah, and actually my argument against like promiscuity isn't really even that like you shouldn't be promiscuous. It's that you're not even getting like your worth, like you're not even getting what you deserve out of the sex when you're having promiscuous sex, because like most guys aren't good enough at sex or care enough about the sex to actually make you come, which is I think the
And
purpose of
my-
really like at least penetrative sex.
And my point is, okay, so at least, so now we're going.
I said
back
at
to-
least. I said at minimum, right? Because a hookup, typically speaking, right? Like most men don't eat pussy already, right? That's like the ongoing thing, especially if they're just on like a hookup. That is like that
Can
is
you
the
introduce
stigma.
me to those men? All the men I know are like, I want to eat pussy, and I was like, leave.
I'm saying that at least the stigma around men, especially like on a hookup, is that like the woman is going to be the one who like provides the climax towards the man, and
Yes,
that men
of
aren't really
course.
good at sex. So that's
Yes.
kind of what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, but you need to engage with what I'm saying, which is like, do you think a lot of the claims that you're positing seems to come from a very the word isn't naturalistic, but it feels like it is. It's like this claim is like that like coming is the manifestation of good sex.
Mhm.
And I urge to examine that. Like
No.
no.
Okay.
Okay.
Watch. Okay.
Man, what a
if-
dunk.
Watch. No. It's
No.
really this simple. It's really this simple. It's not. Okay. You said you can't just give someone head and then walk away and be good with their day, right? That would be fine for you, correct? If you didn't come
Okay.
in that sexual exchange, you didn't come, that would be fine for you.
Mm.
I would posit, and this is a most men, and I would say for me, if you give someone head for a minute and they didn't come, that you could be fine with your day, but they're probably not fine with what just happened. They would probably be a little bit miffed. They'd be a little bit, there's the whole like, oh, blue balls, oh, you teased, oh, you so on and so forth, right? Unless there was the expectation that later
Which
they were
are
going to get
bad things.
I mean, not like, yes, they are, but once again, like that doesn't really happen too often. No one's really doing like a 30-second and then walking away, and then this isn't a norm for like most
But it's
people.
not a norm because of the bad things that you mentioned.
Well, no, I think it's not a norm because it's especially for guys, they're like, if something's happening to them, right, there is this full-blown expectation that it's going to see its way through.
So,
and if it doesn't see its way through, and if it
that's
doesn't
a
see its way
patriarchal
through,
expectation. That's a patriarchal
Why?
expectation.
Wait, why is
Okay,
that patriarchal?
let me posit a hypothetical and then I'll answer the patriarchal question, okay? Because
Okay.
I'm hoping maybe through the hypothetical. Do you think most women would give head more often if they could just give head for however long they want, and later you go sort yourself the rest out, and I move on with my day?
I'm gonna be honest with you. No.
Okay.
I think for a lot of women, I think at least in my experience, it is that when a woman's giving you head, actually them getting you off, completion is a goal for them, right? It is something that makes them feel
Why?
good, right?
No,
Because it makes them feel good. It makes them feel good, and so therefore,
the
if
P
they
word is
can't
going to
get them off,
rise.
I want to back
up.
Bigger issue.
I want to back up my friend Ali on this one, right? Because I actually have personal experience here, right? Okay, this is weird.
I have personal
right?
experience too.
Mm-hmm.
We believe you, Katie. We've had sex before. We
No, I will.
okay.
Not good sex, according to Ali.
Mm-hmm.
But so you're just gonna go with me, audience. Okay, just go with me here, right? Okay, and I've talked about this before, like a long time, but I haven't talked about it in a while because I don't know if people want to really hear about this. But anyway, I got a lot of stamina, all right? And we're just gonna put that out there, all right? To last a while in bed. Which is
horrible.
King Pussy Slayer.
Yeah. But this one here doesn't like that. That's okay. But
most women don't.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, right? The women that
there's
I
a sweet spot. I'm not in that sweet
if
spot.
it's 2 hours stamina, I'm pretty sure most women don't want.
But I will tell you why. Remind me this part, and because it's important to my rebuttal against this nonsense.
I know why.
Please. Anyway, I've got the point is I got a lot of stamina, and the women that I deal with mostly are the ones who also have a lot of stamina, which is great, right? Like it is something I said like a long time ago. Is that like this is part of like sexual matching. I don't know. There's another term for this.
Compatibility.
Thank you. Sexual compatibility, right? Is that right? Like, hey, like, you know, how much do you want, right? How long do you want to go, and all that, right? Like not just that you want it, but like, how long are we going to do this, and like, you know, like, what's it going to look like? All that should be mashed up, and you know, like, I am on the extreme end. I can assure you, I'm on the extreme end. But in any case, right?
That makes me so sad.
Why? Why? Why are you othering me? I don't understand why you're othering me here. Like,
no, I will get to it later. It's for my point.
Okay, all right. So anyway, I'm talking about the women I'm compatible with. Whatever.
That's true.
Yes. And so, there have been cases when I've been. It's not even if I'm not compatible with these women. I can actually be compatible, but like, hey, they want to like get me off through like, you know, give me like a blowjob, right? And I'm like, great, like this feels good, but like I have trouble like getting off that way, and like I'm like, all right, well this is great, but like if you want to like end this in a reasonable amount of time, let me just jerk off, right? It's fine, right? Like I had a great time, right? I just blew my load, right? It's all over me, right? But like I had a great time. And this is fantastic. Let's do it again, right? But some of them take it personally, right? In fact, many of them, even the ones I was like otherwise compatible with, like would take it personally, saying, "Well, like, am I doing something wrong?" And no, you're not doing anything wrong. You were fantastic. I loved it, right? And this was good. And if I had, it's this is a little bit different from what Ali said, right? Though I don't necessarily disagree with him. Like, but for me personally, right? Like, if it had been the case that like we like ran out of time or whatever, right? And I walked through and I didn't get to come, I'd be fine with it because like the rest of the sex was great. Like I actually had like a really good time. And so I'm willing to walk away from it. But like the woman if I had walked away without blowing my load, she's like, I have failed him, right? Was I bad at it, right? And like literally, I had one woman who like we were like semi-regular partners, right? One of the best I've ever had. She was amazing. She's fantastic. Anyway, she was a demon inside in the bed. But she was like, I'm gonna get you. Like I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna get you to blow, right? Yeah. And she like was really aggressive, and she accomplished her goal, right? Hooray, right, for everyone involved. But she was like, yeah, it was like a point of personal pride. Like I was gonna make this happen. But the point is, the reason why I'm bringing all this up is to respond, right? Not just for any other reason. I assure you. But just to respond to that, right? That like, yes, women will feel a sense of a failure, right? If they don't, most women, anyway, most women that I've encountered, let me put it that way, will feel a sense of failure if they don't actually get their partners off. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I've never I guess my entire point is that both men and women are committed to this idea that a man needs to get off when a sexual interaction was initiated. And women actually a lot of the times are a lot more committed to it than the guy, and they will take it very personally. Also, Prime, I need to apologize. I didn't mean to otherize you. I just have a very traumatic experience where I was giving my ex head, and he was like, if you keep doing that, I'm going to come. So, woman brain activated. When I say woman brain, I don't mean this is like a thing that that women biologically want to do. It's more to say patriarchy brain activated. I'm doing good. I'm being a good sexual partner. My partner is going to come. It doesn't matter if I came. It doesn't matter if I'm stimulated or anything, right? And we're doing it. And it's been 2 minutes. And I'm like, oh, I kind of want to stop. But he's close, right? And so how long do you keep going? Because he's close, and he'll tell you that he's close, and you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. That's why I reacted the way I did, because what I was going to say when it comes to penetration, think about how many women are being penetrated, and then in the middle of it just go, I really don't feel like this anymore. How many of them are like, hey, get out of me, go handle yourself, I'm done. Mid-penetration. If you genuinely think that that's common, or that women don't have the active thought of like, I'm done with this now, but I'm going to let him come, then you're delusional. And if you think that that's good, then we're going to need to talk the whole thing over.
No, so I'd posit one thing. It's the urge to want to make your partner come, I don't think is patriarchal. I think what the patriarchal aspect of it is this idea that it doesn't matter if you do, right? So like I've watched Fresh and Fit episodes where like Myron said like women's orgasm doesn't matter, right? I think that idea is horrible. I think it benefits men, right? That's like where the patriarchal part like comes in. And I have noticed with a lot of like female friends or like that I've had where like they've expressed this like idea, and my argument with them was like, you like stop having sex with guys or even like giving head to guys, even if you want to, right? Unless you're gonna get something in return for that, because sex shouldn't be a one-way street. I do think the point of sex is the climax, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, but I think it's for both people, right? I don't want to engage with my partner in a sexual activity where I'm going to leave them hanging. I want them to come. I want to give them that climax. I want them to feel that benefit. It's a good feeling. I think cutting something off midway is a shitty feeling for both like her and like for her for two things, right? It would be like, one, she didn't get to finish. She got like accelerated to a certain extent and then got stopped. I don't think that's good. And also there's like there's the why. If I'm stopping halfway, it's because I don't want to do it anymore, and it is like I don't desire this anymore. But even if I don't desire it, right, in that moment, I should complete my partner. I don't see the issue in that part, right? Okay. Where I see the issue is this the expectation that like the men should come and then like the woman shouldn't, right? And I think it should be for both parties, but I do think the point of sex is the climax, because that is because if that's not the goal, there wouldn't be the rev up to it. It wouldn't happen if that wasn't like the end. That wouldn't happen. The climax wouldn't be called referenced as the climax, right? There's the build up and then there's the climax. When you're talking about engaging in a build up and then no climax, I mean, that's fine. I don't think that's like I don't think that's you should be like yelled at for or anything, right? But like I do think it is leaving your partner hanging. Yeah.
So 2 things here. One is that I hear you, and I do agree that like there's definitely an issue with like equitable distribution of orgasms across the heteronormative spectrum. But I also don't think having a natural desire to want to make your partner sexually happy is a bad thing. I think the obsession with climax, this assuredness that you have about this, and I think that there's a difference between I would like my partner to finish, but that doesn't mean I am a tool for that. I'm not a flashlight for that, right? And so I would need you. Okay, thank you.
I think you're a tool for your partner. I think everyone is a tool for your partner,
okay,
especially in a sexual exchange.
So I wasn't sure if you just didn't engage with it. So maybe we do need to track back. So I posited a thing that if I'm having sex with my partner and they're inside of me and I'm like, I'm done. I started thinking about my mom and the dog and I'm just done.
Yeah.
You know? So do you think, because right now, the way that most people do it, normatively, is they'll just be like, I'll just let him finish. Maybe I'll be a bit louder. Maybe like, you know, can we hurry it up a little bit? You know, and whatever. Do you think that's a good thing?
So like, it depends, right? If it's something that happens occasionally where you're having like a thought that comes and interrupts your sexual like urges or whatever, and you stop being you're deflated, you're not in the mood anymore, you want to stop whatever's doing, I think that's absolutely fine. But if it's like a continuous thing where you just kind of lose your libido halfway through, and it's a continual thing of like, well, no, you finish yourself off, no, you finish yourself off, no, you finish yourself off, I think that's a problem. I think there is an issue where, because I do think because for me the climax is the end goal for the sex, and I think building up someone is leading to that, and I think the constant build up and leaving someone to their own devices is a show of like that you don't want them. Now you can argue that like maybe you don't want them, right, and then that's their issue, but then that's a different issue. It's not so much that you're losing libido, it's that you don't want them.
I would argue and this is like the point of contention, right? So I would argue that it is mostly social conditioning that leads us to the idea that sex is leading to the climax. And I think both Corey and Prime, even though they're very quiet and still, but they're all very progressive men, so I think they'll be able to tell you about
a piece of meat, actually.
Okay. As you should be. They might be able to share some experiences, like when Prime said earlier that Prime's like, hey, I had a great time. I'm ready to go. I'll just finish myself later, whatever. And and we can do normative claims about how that's common, but I think that for me, from a feminist analysis, I must question if the idea of like the with the unequal trading of like historically of sex is the idea of climax is the pinnacle of sex, because that's what actually sex leads to, and sex without it is incomplete, and all of these things is just another way to create this dynamic where you don't see value in sex unless it's finished, like it's incomplete without climax, or that there's something wrong with climaxing by yourself, like climaxing by yourself somehow reduces the value of the sexual experience that you had with someone.
I think it does. I'm trying to figure out the words
I think you think it
convey it, because I think the idea that Prime the occasional like oh, we couldn't like climax today, but it's all right, fine, the sex was still great, it's fine occasionally. But if that was his sexual experience or the majority of his sexual experiences, that wouldn't be okay, and that would leave something like out. I think if you are, I think it's a level of consistency, right? I do think the point of sex. What? Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not a good example. Because most of the times when I have sex, like I finish myself off. Actually, that's like most of my encounters, and I'm okay with that. Like I'm perfectly okay with that.
Do you
right?
leave?
Like,
and I'm not trying to make you, because
yeah.
is it like you leave and you do it, or like is it like
no? I did right there.
Yeah.
I'm like quickest way to
So
get
that's
prime
fine.
off, right? If
So-
you're
so-
ever
Oh,
if you're
okay.
ever
So
in
you
the position,
Yeah.
if you're ever in the position, right, to get prime off, congratulations, right? We'll have a good time.
Achievement unlocked.
But like a quick way for me to do it, right? Like make out with me while I jerk off, right?
Yeah.
I can get there
Yeah.
actually quite quickly.
And I think,
after
but
that,
but
right? And that's
but that's what
usually
I'm
how
saying.
it ends for me. And that's just
That's
good,
still
good.
that's still, I think, your partner at the time being engaged, right, and coming to completion. And I think that is like,
okay.
I think every woman I've like, if I think it's true. I think women are sexually frustrated because they're not getting off, because one, they don't have the idea that they should, right? It's not like locked in their head that they should. Two, a lot of women I've heard that they don't even know how to or feel comfortable enough to, right? So it's like, it's a point that they're not even reaching. So actually, like, if we're gonna sit here and say like, oh no, completion isn't the point of sex, I'd posit that a lot of women are not having good sex. They're not happy with their sexual lives. They're sexually frustrated because they're not getting what they need, and what they need is a fucking climax. They need an orgasm.
I completely agree with you. In fact, my policy for the world would be that in every sexual interaction, the woman has to come and the guy never
Twice.
does.
No,
Yes.
2 to 1.
No,
I'm a 2 to 1 kind of guy.
Not a 2 to 1 kind of guy.
I like the 2 to 1. I like that. I think it's a good ratio.
I hear you, Ali, but I think since we had that part for a while, I think for the next 3,000 years forward, women only come and men generally don't. We just try that out.
No,
for
I'm part of the not all men. I'm part of the not all men argument.
The
over
history
here,
of humanity is
Katie.
like
I'm
hundreds
sorry.
of thousands of years.
We need a bubble. We need a bubble
Mm.
for certain type of men who have not been patriarchal in their sexual proclivities.
A bubble.
Yeah. I want a safe space.
Okay, so no, but in all seriousness, I appreciate your chivalry around women coming. I do. Okay,
It's
I
not
think
even
it's
chivalry
important.
around women coming. I'm just saying if my argument is the point of sex is the climax, and you're saying it's not, I'd argue that it is, because most men are happy and they're getting their climax, and most women aren't happy and they're not getting their climax. And I
Men
think
are
that's a big
happy. I
issue.
heard there's a loneliness epidemic where guys are shooting
Well, the men that are
themselves.
getting the men that are getting their climaxes.
So that is terrible on many
Yeah.
levels, and I completely disagree with you. I don't think men are happy because they're getting their climaxes, and I actually think the implications
Sexually?
of that
No, I'm saying
are
they're
like
sexually happy.
awful.
No. I'm saying like with their sex lives, right? The men that are getting their climaxes are in a world where people are having sex. A lot of women are not having orgasms, whether it be by choice because they felt like giving head that day or not. But I think a majority of it is most men do not get women off, and I think that's a big problem. I think
I
if
agree
you're
with
gonna
that.
No, well, you don't, right? Because if you would agree, then it doesn't matter if the girl gets off during sex, because it's a world where you don't have to get off, and sex is
No.
orgasm
So
isn't the pinnacle, and what I'm
let
saying is
me
it is.
let me just
And
explain.
women are missing out is the
Let
issue.
me just explain. There's the systemic issue of sexual inequality between men and women that is long-standing. We agree on that. That does not change my fundamental disagreement that, like, on some objectivist naturalist level, climax is the pinnacle of sex, right? So in a world where women have been climaxing equally for millennia, right? I wouldn't I would still argue that I think sex can be deeply enjoyed regardless of climax, but we don't know how that world looks like. And I also don't think that matters. So I can still argue that there's obviously a problem of equality and equity within the orgasm distribution, but that doesn't mean that I'm suddenly like on board with. I think a lot of women want to climax. I think a lot of women should climax. I wish I could climax.
But
You know, that'd be nice.
your idea also like kind of has the if your idea has the implication that like the men will go have sex for whatever like time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, go home and jack off, right? They're still going to jerk off at the end of this. Most guys, I'd argue all guys, are not going to engage in a sexual activity and then not climax. They're going to go home and finish up, right? It's so like at the end of it, it's still the point.
That's fine by me. The contention for us there is that you're saying if I have to climax by myself after having the sexual activity with you, that sheds a negative light on our sexual interaction on us.
Depending on the interaction, right? It depends on the interaction. If I'm in a relationship with someone and the majority of my climaxing is me by myself.
The majority of your yes. Okay. This is my contention.
What? That if the majority of it is not that, like, I mean, obviously it's going to happen sometimes, right? I'm obviously not like, I don't expect all my climaxes to come from my partner. I'm going to jerk off many times in my life when, like, whatever it may be. But like, if the majority of the sexual interactions you have with your partner are like this, that I would say that there's an issue there.
Okay, maybe I'm being autistic and taking an issue with the word issue. Right? Because I can see
problem
that needs to be
addressed and solved.
Oh my God, that's so much worse.
We need to have a conversation. At least a minute of conversation of why this is happening.
Okay. On why
there has to be a reason, right?
No, Ali. Okay, I got you. We're so cool. We're gonna do this. Okay.
Awesome.
If there's a reason, do you think there's a world where it's not a problem?
Depending on what the reason is, right? But I couldn't. But like, I'm gonna assume that because for me, if I would like my partner to get off, right? This is just a natural urge for me. I don't think it's patriarchal because obviously, like, you know, the argument, the stigma is that most men don't care. But I would enjoy my partner getting off. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel good that they came to completion. I feel that constantly leading someone up to build up does lead to frustration without orgasm, which I don't think is good. So if it's not reciprocated, well, I would wonder why they don't have the same urge or desire for me.
Okay, so can we maybe am I Corey Prime? Am I hijacking you, or do I just keep going?
You can keep going. I do want to jump in at some point, and if Corey wants to jump in, I do want to give him space. But like, I see you're trying to finish the thread, so keep going.
Yeah, we're trying to climax.
That should not be the point. We already established that.
The conversation.
The discussion was still fruitful and meaningful without a direct conclusion.
So if we stopped it here right now, no one would be dissatisfied, right?
Yeah. I guess we can just like switch tracks, right? It's not a big deal.
So Trump, huh?
Oh, my heart rate would go crazy. I hate when people change the subject. Please, no.
He wants to finish. Go ahead.
We've just been edging you the whole time.
I said, please. Yes, I don't want to be edged, right? This is not the time.
That's exactly my thing. That's all I do. It's amazing.
But yeah, and so that's actually its own thing, right? Like there's an edging community where people enjoy this, but it is its own sexual, like it's its own kink. Right. So that's what I'm saying in the like sexual world, especially like generally, I'm going to say generally, but like the idea is that like sex comes with climax, right? The bad part of that idea is that the climax only seems to apply to men. And that's where the issue is.
No, that's not the only bad part of that.
I think that's where the bad, because if it applied to both equally, then there'd be more argument for sexual frustration.
I have a way to tie this up in a nice ribbon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how about we say that for now, I think what you're saying is bad, but it's decent for where we are in society. And when women climax more, we will rediscuss your debauchery.
Ali, I don't think you represent an incremental improvement in society. Is the main message there.
I don't think women are ever going to climax more. I'm sorry.
I agree with you. I was actually just going to run like a few little hypotheticals with you because I feel like, for example, I have an idea of like someone has a disorder and they need to sit in a certain way to climax, and it makes them very uncomfortable to be observed in that space even by their partner. So they want the sex, they want the entire interaction, but they won't be able to climax if they don't like go and do it by themselves and they're not self-conscious about how they look. Would you label that as a problem? Because when I hear that's a problem, that means that something is wrong. To me, that sends a really bad message.
Is it actually, wait, the problem then becomes, is this something that's discussed beforehand, or is this something that the person keeps private
No,
and secret?
it's something.
Oh no, then it's not a problem if it's discussed. If it's a thing you come to an agreement.
No,
to,
I'm
right?
talking all is discussed. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
like
then
the
yeah,
guy.
yeah. If it's
Okay,
something that there's an
I'm
agreement,
sorry.
to,
Maybe I
obviously
didn't
it's
make
not a
this
problem
clear.
then, because we
If every
talked about it.
If every
Right? 'Cause we
time I
have to
have
talk.
sex with a guy, he just gets up and leave in the middle, and he's like, "No, I just came at home for no reason, and we've
Yeah.
been doing it for like 3 years. I'll kill him."
There's
Right?
a
In
problem
a
there.
video game.
Yeah,
No, I
exactly.
agree. I agree with you that there's a
Yeah.
problem, but I'm talking about situations where, like, in my head, adults that are having sex have conversations, and
No,
therefore,
most people are idiots.
okay.
Yeah. That's not the
So
greatest
I'm
assumption,
sorry.
actually.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, most people are
I was
idiots.
going off like a completely different framework there. I
Assume
apologize.
stupidity like 90% of the time. When I'm speaking in the general, like most people are dumb and aren't me, so they aren't having conversations with people, and they're
Okay.
just like, I want to have sex, but I don't know how. And then this person had sex with me, so but like, I got off. I didn't know how to get them. It's a whole thing, and then people are idiots.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was under the assumption that people knew themselves sexually and had conversations about that with their partners. I apologize.
No, no, people are morons.
Well, I mean, I think, like, I don't know, like, if we're gonna go, like, what is most people we're talking about, right? Like, is most people, all of like humanity throughout
70% of people are
absolutely, the
idiots.
answer is no, right?
Sexually.
Okay.
If we're talking about like people living today within a Western context where we have had these conversations, right? Still, would most couples have gone through this, right? The statistics seem to imply no, but we can't be sure. But like,
They
yeah.
imply no, but you can be damn sure that there's not going to be a relationship where a guy for 3 years goes in the middle, finishes himself off alone, and that conversation wouldn't be had about that. Like, women have been doing it for a long time, but a guy not finishing off multiple times, that's going to be a conversation. That's part of the issue. The problem, one might say.
So actually, Corey, if you want to jump in first, like I have some stuff written down, but like if you have thoughts, Corey, I want to give you some space.
Well, I did want to sort of expand my original. So, like, I got the answer from Katie in terms of like, it's open to her. It's feasible in her world to have a romantic relationship where there's no physical component whatsoever. And when I say no physical, as in like there is no actual in-person, face-to-face interaction, as in you can get married to someone and have a relationship only with them through Discord. Is that?
I mean, I've never tried it. It's never like I've always had online relationships, and they were long, but they were with the intent of meeting. I think that would be hard for me because romantic relationships, I also rely on them for like support because I'm disabled in a lot of ways. So I wouldn't know. I haven't tested it out for like marriage implies like 5-10 years, whatever, right?
Well, yeah, but you seem to take issue with the fact that, at least from what I understood, it's like you didn't want to be viewed as like the romantic element is just access to your body, if I understood that correctly. But maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
But what does access to your body means in that context? Because if you're in Discord, I can see you right now. You have access to my body.
Sure, that raises what is I would consider that I do not. I think most people would interpret it that I do not have access to your body. Is that like a fair assumption? As in, like,
I mean, but we also agree that most people are stupid.
Yes, I agree. But that's I'm going to poll Ali and Prime of like, do you consider that I have access to Katie's body in our current situation?
No, right. However, like, but she's trying to say that like the screen is the differentiator. Right. Actually, if you're in an individual call right? And there is a mating dance being done where you're being more provocative, they're being more provocative, right? You're showing more skin, blah blah blah, blah. There is now more access to your body because there is a show for it.
But
right?
I would say,
hey, could there be a spectrum here? Is there a possibility that we can get another spectrum?
But I think my assumption is most people would interpret it and view it that I do not have access to Katie's body.
This is platonic.
I think that's a fair.
Okay, but
this would be assumed
and also, yes, go ahead, Katie.
Sorry, but that's the thing. You guys are using this vibe thing, but you're not actually explaining what it means. Because now
I'm trying to do that now.
Shush.
Okay, I won't explain. And then you'll get mad that I'm not explaining.
Because Ali, you're saying like if we were in private and we're doing a mating dance. So if we were in private and I was naked, he has access to my body.
Yeah. Yes. Visual access, at least.
Okay. Yeah. So
and then there's the idea of having like a conversation where people have had like Omegle hookups. That's actually another genre.
That's how I met my ex-husband.
Yeah, that's how the other one of the other porn genres is Omegle hookups and people watching other Omegle hookups, right? And then if there's like instruction back and forth, well, now there's more access to your body because I'm telling you what to do. Right, and
I had 3 Omegle hookups in my life. One of them ended up being a marriage.
So there's access to your body in terms of like this is platonic, right? I can see you, you can see me. There's a cam on and there's no VTuber, right? So
okay, this is bullshit because mostly what people mean when they say access to their body. Earlier when we were talking about IRL sex, access to your body means like usually it means sexual. You know what, Corey? IRL. We need a definition. What the fuck? Why didn't you provide it? What is going on?
No, because if you're exchanging nudes with someone, right? That's a different type of access. Like that is.
I mean,
more
I
access.
agree that there are different types, but the differentiation that you're making, you want access to one's body to be a statement that is inherently sexual, and I'm like, no, you all have access to how my body currently is in a visual format. It's not sexual access.
Yeah, but that's because the medium is platonic, just like there are platonic friendships and romantic relationships or like sexual or attractive or non-attractive.
Now you would have sexual access to my body?
I wouldn't really consider that.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, if you would, but now you may not consider it sexual because like so there are people who don't consider like the naked body sexual, right? There are people who don't consider it. But I think
you consider it?
I mean, yeah, kind of. I feel like you think sexual is a negative term.
No.
Like when people see a naked figure and they are attracted to it or they find it sexual or arousal, is that a problem?
That's something that you don't control. The question is what you do with it.
Well, I mean, but like still you change like the situation is if you were naked.
Corey was talking before.
Go ahead, Corey.
Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Corey is here all the time.
True. And as we all know, I speak the most on all the panels that I'm on. So
that's because you're so forward and invasive.
Absolutely. Okay, but then for Ali and Prime, like, do you think you can have your romantic relationship virtually? As in like, and I'm trying to clarify of like you have no in-person face-to-face interactions with this person. Do you think you'd ever get to the territory of romantic for you?
No.
I would agree with that.
I think
at least
I disagree. I say absolutely, yeah. Like so, like this goes back to something I had written down before. I won't take too much time because I want to get back to you, Corey. But like, yeah, I think, and it's something that you guys were approaching, Katie and Ali. But I think it's fair to say that there's like different forms of feelings, right? There's platonic feelings, there's romantic feelings, and there's sexual feelings. Yes, I could have romantic feelings for a person who I've like never encountered, right? In fact, I have in the past.
That I agree with, yes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking, like, do you think you could have a long-term romantic relationship with someone where, again, it's only strictly through the medium of something like Discord?
So could and would want to are different, right? So
That's what I'm saying. I'm using the word could. You as in
I could do it. Yeah.
Could you? Okay. You could.
Yeah, I could. I
Okay.
absolutely could. Like,
Fair enough.
Like
Then
if
that'd be the difference. I probably could not.
Yeah. So for whatever reason, like it was the case, and also it would be easier to do this, right? If it was exclusive, right? Like, if I could also have a physical relationship with someone and somewhere else, right? Even if it's not a romantic one. But still, but to go with the hypothetical, because I think it implies monogamy, right? I could do a romantic relationship with a person and never meet them, right? And fall deeply in love with them. But I would not want to. That would be very bad for me. Yeah.
Right, but it sounds like, let's say, you would never probably get into a relationship of like from day one or date one. It's like we both established like this is never migrating to in person, face to face. It sounds like you would never.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't sign up.
Okay, so
yeah.
So that I think that answers my question of like it's almost like it's a non-starter effectively in reality.
I mean,
people have a lot of non-starters. The question is, if he's in it, I think he's saying, like, depending on how invested I am in this relationship, I might be willing to tolerate a dissatisfying part of the relationship.
We've had this, like, I agree with you. Just like I would not get into a relationship with someone who's in a coma for a variety of reasons. One is consent as well. But like, yes, my wife who falls into a coma 20 years into our marriage, I'm gonna stay married to that person almost certainly.
Yeah, but Ali, here's the problem, right? Because you were like, oh yeah, we're assuming monogamy, and that's kind of the issue that people like whenever they're having these conversations, and you ask them about romance or love or anything, they're like, well, what am I going to do about sex? Because they're incapable of like imagining this world where, like these things are not bound together. And it's not that, because for a lot of people, I don't think they're actually bound together, but they are relevant, and different people have different priorities. But I think people don't critically ask themselves, what are my actual priorities? Which is hard to know in a society that tells you what your priorities should be.
Yeah. But
it's difficult to disaggregate these things, but also at the same time, like, yes, many things are, let's say, quote unquote, naturally tied together, but they don't have to be. Just like, if I pose the question of like, what does a satisfying meal mean to you? Most people have the implicit assumption that, after, well, no, not that it's tasty, that you actually have a full stomach afterwards. Do you think you have a satisfying meal of like, you spit out each piece of food afterwards after you chew it? I'd say most people say you can't have a satisfying meal that way.
But you don't.
That's probably how Ali thinks sex without climax feels like.
but like, do I think I can train myself? But like yes, I could probably get a satisfying meal where I spit out each piece of food, but that will be a hurdle for me to overcome.
Eat with spitting, so this is irrelevant to me.
So hold on, I think so. I think there's is value in deconstructing everything. I like deconstructing, right? Because I think we can break apart, just like what you said, Katie, right? It's like I don't think people actually really examine these things, right? And realize these things can be separate. And there's value in it, because once you do break this apart, right, then you can hold in on to like what actually has value in this relationship for you, right? Like I think it's very useful. However, at the same time, right, most people actually don't need to deconstruct it, right? Like, because like, yes, the romantic, I didn't really like expand this before, but like romantic feelings being separate from sexual feelings, yes, that may be true, right? Like, and that like these things might be different, right? Actually, once you examine them, but effectively, it's fine if people look at them as the same thing, right?
But
most relationships, hold on, one second. For most relationships, it's fine that they mix them together. That like there might be some value gained in like breaking it down and having a more nuanced understanding of the situation. But for most people, it's okay, right? And they can communicate their desires, and they can get their desires met like with the thought that these two things are intertwined, because for them it actually is, right? Because they also do want the, like our friend Ali was saying, like they actually do want the end goal, right? They do want a climax, right? And it isn't satisfying for them if they don't, or their partner doesn't, and that's okay too. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I think I disagree in the sense that a lot of the times I feel like this is stuff that works out, that essentially it doesn't matter because of the societal structures that we live in. I'm gonna try an analogy, and I don't know if it's good or not, but for me it's kind of like, well, fire, sun, they both produce heat. And in a world where you have both fire and sun, and you're just looking for heat, there's no difference. But now you live in a snowy area. And so it does matter how you get sun, how you get fire, right? So I'm saying that I think for a lot of people, it's virtually doesn't matter to examine, because in all ways and forms, our society enforces and encourages certain buildings of relationships, of families, of traditions, so it's like, well, that's what people like. And it's like, most things that people like are because society told them they should like it.
But they're fine with it, one or the other. Like, so if they lived in a different society and they were told different things, yeah. But that's so like, it's like, yes, they have conformed to their container, right? And you can say, well, yeah, you can have actually a different container. But they're like, I've already conformed, and it's just like fine, right? Like, I'm satisfied with my container.
Yeah, but then there's always the question of like, you could say this about anything. Like, you could say the fascist, like, I just conform to a container, right?
Well,
like,
wait, it's not about conforming. They built their container. They built that world that they're living in. Society isn't all like or like a group of people telling someone. At a certain point, there is like the society built itself.
But I agree with this, and that's why I'm saying, if you do make people deconstruct these things, eventually they will start reshaping their container. So when people go, well, I've just conformed to my container, so like, what's the big deal about this? If enough people have thoughts, the container reforms itself. That's like why I think there's value in that.
Well, I agree there's value, to be clear. I'm not fighting.
I think we all agree there's value. Otherwise, I don't think we would be here on this panel deconstructing things.
Most of us are heterosexual.
Critical.
Most of us are heterosexual. Most of us are heterosexual and sexual. Okay, right? And so like like in the romantic relationships that we'll chase, right? These two, like romance and sexuality, heterosexuality, will be like closely tied. And it works out, right? Like we have accomplished our goals, right? And that's just
define works out. Define works out.
We're all
it works out that both people are fully satisfied, right? They can be
both people self-report satisfaction. They check the box, satisfied.
Sorry. No, you're right. No, I'll pull back, right? Because this contradicts what I said previously, right? That like it may be the case that people aren't fully satisfied. One, I'm not sure if this is the reason why they're not. I think there's other reasons why they might not be. But like it seems like lots of people are not fully satisfied with the relationship. Though I'm not necessarily sure that deconstructing that relationship in this way will lead to like where they
well, let me explain to you why.
Right.
Okay, so for example, we have statistics that say that around 50% of men and 50% of women in relationship cheat. If there was, and we have
define cheating.
Okay, so cheating is
is that not like a whole spectrum of behaviors?
Everything's a spectrum. So
going behind your back, going behind your partner's back outside of the contract that you guys have, made with each other.
To be fair, that is the correct definition, but I don't know if the studies citing these actually use that definition. There might be like penetrative sex that reached full climax,
Yeah.
They might be Ali written. Okay.
You ask me, I think more women cheat than men, but this 50-50. We're gonna go 50-50. It's fine.
Okay, so we have society.
I don't think men have the ability to cheat. Is kind of what I'm saying, but it's fine. Go ahead. My bad.
Let's not. Go ahead, Katie, please.
No, I yes. So my point is that in a monogamous society, if people start decoupling a romantic attraction from sexual desire and all of those things, it will become more understandable to have less monogamous configurations. And people cheating could be a good indication that the monogamous I mean, two people might say they are satisfied in a relationship where they both cheat, or one of them cheats, or someone forgives, or whatever. But the point is, the question is there not a world where people have a better understanding of romance versus sex, and there's less taboo around the idea that these things have to perfectly coalesce into a monogamous relationship in a way that is great and everything in every way? Then is there not happiness to be found there? Now, I do think it's individualistic. Like, I've met Corey a long time ago. He was like, I have no interest in any other configuration. I want a monogamous relationship. But I think that a lot of people, like Ali was talking about how, hey, if my partner decided that she's not down anymore and we have kids, maybe we open up the relationship. That's not a desire approach to not be monogamous. That's pragmatism, right? And I don't see it as like an ideological push polyamory. I see it as pragmatism, and the monogamous, romance and sexuality just kind of, they work out most of the time. No, they don't. And pragmatically, a lot of people would benefit from a lot of other solutions if there wasn't so much social taboo on it.
I don't know how. My only pushback, I get what you're saying, and I don't think. I think your argument follows, right? I'm very sympathetic to it, but I don't know what the numbers are here. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry, I don't know what the numbers are here. Thank you. So I don't know if it's actually most people, right? I think both of us, all of us, are throwing around most people with like not a lot like behind that, right? So like it could be the case that for most people, monogamy does work. Like by most people, I'll say 51%, right? That actually monogamy.
That's a very abusive use of the word most.
But technically true.
Yeah.
That's kind of true.
Yeah,
it is true.
I'm trying to give us the widest headache. The widest latitude here, right? So I'm saying that like, yeah, like, and to be the most vague about this, right? That for most people, it could be the case that monogamy works perfectly well. Not even works perfectly well. That is their optimal solution, is monogamy. But also could be the case that for 49% of the people, that it doesn't, right? Which would still mean that like what you just said still works, and that like there is great benefit to be gained for deconstructing it, because that would mean that like not quite 49% of people, but like most people within that 49% aren't in their optimal solution. So it's worth deconstructing. So I'm just not ready to say that most people, right, would like a non-monogamous like configuration.
Well, I never said that, but let me just clarify so you can get on board with me. I'm saying that it's possible for 51% of people, which I guess I should correct it. When I say most, I mean the vast majority.
Yeah, okay. 90%.
Okay. No, I think more like 70. 70 is usually what I go for. That's what I have in my head. But so let's say 51%, it's their ideal configuration. My argument is that this only works with the current societal benefits to those configuration. And when society arranges itself differently, the number will heavily fluctuate towards the other end. So there are many reasons why people will have a monogamous relationship be their ideal arrangement. other than just like romance and sexuality not being examined. Our entire society is constructed around benefiting that structure.
So I agree because I've used that argument before in the past, right?
That's why you
It's
agree.
not necessarily. Well, I'm just not sure on the numbers here, right? So like there's a bridge being built. That like I think that yes, because of society structured the way it is, right? Because like yes, you do get like literal in terms of my American society, you'll get literal benefits from marriage, right? Tax benefits and legal benefits and all that, right? And of course, you get the social benefit of not being feeling like an other within situations because yeah, you're part of the crowd, everyone's getting married, you've done the thing, you've done the grown-up thing, right? And doing anything different from that, right, gets you the side eye, right? So like you get the benefit of avoiding all that. So yes, I agree with you that like there's a certain number of people who are, this feels like their optimal solution because like of society, right? I don't know the numbers and I'm not confident enough to say that like 51% or more feel that way just because of society, right? Like it, like I think it's worth considering
not
as a
just
person who's very much open to like open relationships and like alternative lifestyles, right? As a person who's very much on board with that, I think it might be worth considering that. Yeah, maybe most people by 51% actually want monogamy. Period.
To be fair, just to be clear, we consider cheating as monogamous relationship gone bad when in truth cheating relationships are an alternative lifestyle because it's definitionally was not monogamous. Just saying, technically.
I mean, yeah, but I don't want to hurt my partner, right? And I don't think we should. Yes, there are all kinds of alternative lifestyles that involve hurting other people, and that conflicts with my values.
True.
I get it. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
So, okay, sure.
Thank you. You need to give me.
No, you go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
She's cheating on this panel with the bathroom. But like, yeah. So, like, I wanted to sort of like expand like a little bit.
You
like,
keep talking. I'm gonna get water, but I can hear you.
Okay, sure. Well, then I'll engage with Ali. But like, yeah. If I remember correctly, your answer was like you could not develop or have a romantic relationship with someone that purely virtual.
No,
as that and that makes sense to me. But out of curiosity, again, going back to like you answered the question of like you're amenable to opening up the relationship if let's say sex is not on the table, but like and children sort of affect that equation, as in like it sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, if children are in the equation, it sounds like for the sake of salvaging or saving the relationship, you're willing to open it up. But if there's no children, then you ultimately, it sounds like your ideal is like a monogamous relationship.
I would just reconfigure the relationship if I had a kid. Like if let's just say my partner doesn't want to have sex, I mean that's fine, and like we have a kid, I don't want to raise. I think divorce is like having two separate payments for housing and so on and so forth, and splitting time with the kid. And I see all of that as unnecessary, especially if like there isn't a if there's no animosity between me and this person, right? If like there's still love there, there's still whatever there.
It's more of the practical or pragmatic solution.
Yeah, but also like for me in my framing, like if I have a kid with someone, right, I don't really see myself getting into like a relationship with someone else and then like introducing my kid, and like I would just co-parent. Even if like I had a one night stand and then like we had a kid, I wouldn't see myself getting into like a serious relationship with like another person. I would see myself just going co-parenting, right? But I also would have the expectation that she wouldn't have any serious partners either.
Well, that's what I'm sort of trying to tease out of like
no, hell no. A kid is a different kind of contract with me, bro. We're different.
Okay, so then
there's no stepdads in my equation, brother.
Okay.
I'm the dad.
And it sounds like you're more in my camp then, in terms of, because like, yeah, it sounds like you, the knowledge of your partner having sexual relations with another person like would induce negative feelings in you.
Yeah, if
Correct?
the idea is that we don't want to have sex, that's no, not sexual relationships, actual relationship, like a long-term relationship. If the idea is like my partner wants to open up the marriage because she's like, hey, I have more sexual proclivities than you. This is like later on.
What if it's an issue with you, as in like you cannot perform for whatever reason, as in like something has physiologically gone wrong. You
like
just
I can't get hard. I have ED, whatever it is. Yeah,
Sure,
she can.
yeah.
She can get her rocks off somewhere else if she needs to. That's fair.
I have
Like
a
if
question.
And you would stay married to this person or in a relationship with this person?
Oh, with a kid, yeah, probably.
But without a kid, no.
Probably. I don't know. Maybe not, because I think I would feel a little bit. Though I understand that it's like I'm the problem. I don't know how good I would feel about like just I guess knowing that this is like a thing. I think that would bug me a little bit.
So you would find a partner who doesn't want to have sex with other people, even
probably
though
like
you have
asexual
AD.
or like asexual, right?
But
Okay, asexual people have sex. It's fine.
Wait,
okay,
what do you mean?
wait, I'm not done, Katie. I'm not done. I know how to trigger you just right. Sorry, go ahead. What was your question?
I thought asexual was like don't.
She can give you a whole lecture later on the asexual part. Okay, once she calms down. Okay, but let's say for example, you know, you've been married for 10 years. Okay, and then 10 years into the marriage, now you have developed, you know, the condition that you can no longer perform. Would you, could I frame it as like you would allow your partner to divorce you type of thing? Or let's say as in you would understand why your partner is divorcing you.
Yeah, that would,
okay.
I could see that. That would be fair.
Okay.
Can I go now?
Yeah, well, first I need the freak out because like asexual, I thought, well, once I'm just a dude, all right. I'm just a guy. I'm just a boy in this world, all right.
You're just a piece of meat, Ali. Remember,
I hear a word, someone says a definition, I go, all right, that makes sense, and then I go with it. All right, asexual to me implies typically does not have sex, as in does not engage in sexual activity. You know, there is no urge, there is no intention.
Okay, I'm going to do like a long sentence about asexuality. I'm going to ask you my question, and then we can go back to it if you want. Okay.
Hell yeah.
So asexuality is a vast spectrum. Asexuality is talking about sexual attraction. So it's not about whether you have sex or not. It's about whether you have sexual attraction to anyone. Sexual attraction. That's a very specific thing. That is not the same as aesthetic attraction. So there are many types of asexual people. Some of them are sex averse. That means they want nothing to do with sex. Some of them have very high libido and hypersexual. So they would have sex. They're just not attracted to anyone. They will be horny, but not because they're attracted to someone. They're horny because they, you know, rub it up or something.
And who do you know who to have sex with then?
And some asexual people don't care either way. So they might not have a lot of desire to have sex, but if they have a partner that wants to have sex, they'll get down because for them, it doesn't matter either way. My question was,
fair.
If you know how Corey said, okay, you have a partner, you've been together for 10 years. Now she doesn't want to have sex anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, I don't care. You have sex with other people. Do you think you can still romantically love your current wife if you weren't having sex? Do you think that's a thing, that it exists?
Romantically love. If I is the idea that I can't have sex or that we're just not having sex?
Either.
No, so like if the idea is that I can't have sex, right, I would still show romance towards my wife because that is like romance is more than just sex. It's the feeling. It's the feeling. It is. However, if I'm in a relationship where both of us are willing and able to have sex, but just not like she's not having sex with me, then no, I wouldn't be romantic with her because
I'm not asking you if you'd be romantic. I'm talking about the idea that. Okay, maybe you don't have the idea.
There wouldn't be a romantic love. There wouldn't be a romantic love. It would be platonic at that point.
Is romantic love for you just acting romantically? Because that's not what I mean when I say
No,
romantic
no,
love.
there's it's a different feeling than platonic. I think it's
Okay.
I think it's usually like I said, in order to like romance someone is to like build a comfort, build a trust, build an attraction, do these things where you're like where you're wooing the girl, right? That's like the whole idea is like you're doing, there are romantic acts, romantic like feelings, words, there are just actions you can convey to this person that is different than like a platonic friendship. Like there's loyalty in friendship, and like you can still be there for someone and so on and so forth.
So
There's
if
a
you can
difference in a
both
romantic.
if you both can fuck but are not fucking, are you assuming that you don't love her romantically anymore and that's why you're not fucking? Or would you stop loving her romantically because you're not fucking?
You would fall out of romantic love. I think the idea of getting into this relationship with someone would be like a romantic love. And if there isn't an expression of sexual desire or prowess either way, then the romance dies and you fall out of romantic love with this person.
Okay. Thank you for your service.
Whereas you think there is a romantic love without sexual expression.
That they're separate. Some people,
what is
for
a
lot of
romantic?
people, it's the same.
So for you, what is like? Explain to me romance without physical expression of this romance. Like what like you someone romances you or you romance someone. Typically, it's the man. Like in my understanding of romance,
what are romantic feelings?
Yeah.
Is what you're asking. Just
what are romantic feelings that like what's the
well?
What do they lead to?
For you, there's a lot of like the idea of certain actions that convey romance and lead somewhere. When I talk about romantic love, I mean that there's you mentioned it. It's a distinct feeling to like a friend or a family member. And me, and like it might involve like cuddling, wanting to have a life together in a way that is a partnership, you know. But a partnership doesn't mean sex to me, and cuddling, although it often does for men, doesn't have to mean sex. I'm actually my partner is actually a cuddler, and I hate cuddling. Right, so that my way of romancing him is letting him cuddle me, even though I don't want him to. And I don't mean sexually. He doesn't try anything. He just wants to cuddle. And part of me loving him is that I tolerate him cuddling me. I give him access to my body.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
I
you
give
submitting
him.
to the patriarchy.
I give him access to my body in that way.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Wait, is that
You're contributing to the patriarchy?
Wait, is that good or bad? Is that a good thing that you do that?
It's a compromise that I make in my relationship out of love.
But is it good that you compromise your access for your partner so he can get his feeling off, right?
Well, is it good? Depends for what. Is it good for me? Not all the time. Is it good for my relationship? Yes. Is it good for him? Yes. Is it a sacrifice I'm willing to make? Yes. Do I think that relationships are all good in all their forms? No.
But that sacrifice is a part of a relationship, especially if it's something like this. And so that like the idea that completion for sex isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? So long as this is something that you're willing to sacrifice for your partner. If your partner enjoys it, it's good for the relationship.
I think that under a patriarchal society that you explained that has a lot of inequality between men and women, sexual access in the way that you're talking about is far more pervasive and harmful to women on a grander scale than allowing your boyfriend to cuddle you. In fact, if we're talking about normative claims, most women would beg to me and to be in my situation because they would love their boyfriends to be willing to cuddle them more.
Well, yeah, but then also if you ask, if most women ask my wife, they'd trade spots with her in a second. Even with the patriarchal caveats that I've made, where like I do think getting off is important on both sides, considering the majority of women don't, right? They would obviously trade. This would be the better deal. So it wouldn't even be conforming; it would be breaking norms, right?
It wouldn't be
egalitarian, more equal.
No.
If people lived my lifestyle,
Ali. So this is why
less sexual frustration.
This is why I said earlier. This is why I said earlier, like I disagree with you, but I won't fight you because we're like incrementally going somewhere. It's not because I think your ideas are good, but yeah, I understand why women would switch to the patriarchal views that you have rather than the patriarchal views that they're more likely to encounter. That doesn't make them not patriarchal.
What
Since
And yes,
Katie is an
wait,
incrementalist, she will
what-
accept
yes,
your
yeah,
world.
I'm an
the non-
incrementalist.
It also implies that the patriarchal in this case is bad, right? Just because
It's negative.
Like, let's grant that it is patriarchal. Ali's view, right? Like, but if Ali's view
It's just a
is,
different
hey,
container.
both partners get
Nazism,
off,
just a different
right?
container.
Like,
Containers.
but if both partners get off, right? Both walk away sexually satisfied, right? Like, is that a bad thing? Could be patriarchal, sure, we can call it that, but like, is that also a bad thing?
Okay. Are you asking me?
Yes.
I think that in a world that still has oppressive systemic powers, expressions of that systemic powers should be called out, even if it's possible to have good outcomes, right? So I'm not going to call every positive sexual interaction bad because it's patriarchal. But, you know, if we didn't live in a patriarchy where most women have the issues that they do, then the conversation would be very different. When I say patriarchal, I don't mean when I say patriarchal idea, I mean this is the dominant framework that affects women negatively for the most part. If patriarchy was just like another part, like if patriarchal ideas of sex were just like the same as tantric sex, you know, I'll be like, you do you. But tantric sex does not hold the same social capital as patriarchy or soft power or whatever you want to call it. So it's, do you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying a little bit. My issue
Good.
is this is my issue is though this sounds libertarian-y. Not in the like prescription.
She's a
but
huge
in the,
libertarian. Thank you for
yeah,
clocking
okay,
that.
but in the no you're like you're
A libertarian
right?
like Scott, her favorite.
But like so my thing is that like the system that you're advocating for is just not going to be a system that we see in mass, right? Like we're not going to see the non-patriarchal like system, right? So the whole talk about like deconstructing it and like not working well enough within it, right? The consistent fight against it, it's the perfection is the enemy of good argument. So like I can posit the best ideas in the world, but at the end of the day, it's all going to be cast as negative because it's under a patriarchal system. Except for the fact that we don't know any other systems other than patriarchal systems, realistically. And I don't see us doing anything outside of that. So the best argument is really to like, what's the, like, how do we work within the system that we have, right? No?
Yes. It's about reform, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Listen, I'm
And Ali's world is the reformed world.
I am the
yes, Ali's form is the reformed world. Basically,
I think my
you're a
world is
liberal
the most...
Zionist, but for patriarchy. That is what you are.
No,
yes,
no. So
yes,
I think no. This at the end of the day, I think I'm just correct, right? That in a realistic, that in a realistic,
as all liberal Zionists do, right?
Yeah,
that's the really scary part. Is that I know that you actually think that you're correct. I don't think that this is about no. I understand what's wrong with it, but it's the best we can do. You think that you're right.
Yeah, in a realistic space, that my middle ground just makes the most sense in application across, and that's
not
kind
the same thing as thinking you're right.
I think works for the majority. And when I say majority, I would say 90% of people at that point. I would say that's correct. Just saying. But also, like, until it's the same thing. Like, I agree with a lot of libertarians. Like, I agree with a lot of what Scott says. But it's just I'm never gonna see that world. So it's like okay, I have to work within the world I have, and that's like the only issues. I can agree with you.
But we are working with Ali. So I told you about the cuddling thing with my boyfriend. I have actual conversations with him. Some nights I'm like, fuck this. Why do I have to tolerate this? I don't have to. And I'm like, stop. You know, that happens. So that is me working within this world. That does not mean that in my advocacy, I can't say, no, this is an expression of patriarchy to some degree. This is negative. And just people conflate I need to work. We are going to work within the systems that we live in. Either way, you literally don't have any other option.
The negative
So
is,
you should
though,
spend most of your time undermining them.
so the negative though in your cuddling situation, I know you think it's like individualistic, like you don't like to cuddle. I would argue it's just like a bit selfish. What's really the sacrifice of like, I mean, obviously I don't know how the extent of how much you hate cuddling, right? Or how much you hate being touched by someone, right? So that could be like the big argument. My issue would be that like in that conversation of like getting into a relationship with someone, if physical touch is a big deal to them and a big deal to you, as in you're averse to it and they're like very much pro it, then that is going to consistently collide. And it was, I mean, at a certain point, both your guys' this like faults for getting into this relationship. So both of you, you know, you deserve your suffering.
Well, so here's the question.
It's not really a problem.
So when you said that it's bad, was that because you thought you had a really good gotcha, or do you actually think it's bad? Because now you're saying, well, I think it's kind of selfish of you, Katie, that you're making a big deal out of the cuddling. So which one is it?
So what do you mean when I said it's bad?
You're like, so you are complying with the patriarchy.
I was being sarcastic. It was a little gotcha. I was like, ooh, so you are complying. It wasn't like a. Okay. I don't think it's bad. I think it's actually a nice thing that like you understand that your partner loves cuddling and that you might have an aversion to it, but then you do give him the cuddles, right? I think that's a good. I think all around it's good. Even though you have an aversion at the time and you have a discomfort at the time, I think that's fine. And I think it's
good within the relationship, and I think it's good that it does show that you can compromise different things within a relationship.
I think it's good for you too.
No. So I think it does show that you can operate within a relationship. I think it shows that you shouldn't think everything is comfortable within a relationship and all those things.
Yeah. And that's not all about you. It's about another person. So like you willing to put yourself in a slightly discomfortable situation, right? For another person is like it's a good show of like empathy and like, you know, you're like you're a good partner, right? That would be a sign of being a good partner.
I am not.
I mean, I think you are, or the person wouldn't be there.
You're wrong.
No, people are
very good
partnership they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Any which way.
And people are stupid. We talked about this.
But so so I guess this takes us back to another point that I didn't get to make, because someone, I think it was you, Katie, who brought up the situation where a woman, you know, is, you know, having sex with her male partner and he's inside of her and she's like, yeah, I'd like this to end, right? First of all, if she expresses that, right, well then, you know, it should end, first of all, right? Like she says she wants to, she's done with
Why?
it.
What about some solidarity? It's good for her too. Holly just said.
Wait, no, I think it should end too if she's like, if she wants to stop. Yeah, there's no joy there for anyone.
Isn't it kind of selfish, Holly?
Yes, but I think it's okay. It's okay to be selfish. I think it's fine to be selfish. I think it's okay to put yourself first in certain situations.
Well, it doesn't sound like she's being a good partner in that moment, does it?
Once again, consistency is key.
Well, I think, as always, things are a spectrum, right? So, like, let's say on one end, and it could probably go farther than this, but like, let's say on one end, she's screaming bloody murder. Get out of me! Like, get off of me right now, right? Like, and she's like, somebody starts swinging on you. Get off of me! Like, yeah, everything was okay before, right? But then the next second, right? She's like throwing punches. Get off of me. Okay, right? Well, that's pretty far out there, but still, right? You should comply, right? But maybe it's not that explosive. And she's like, you know what? I'm sorry, I can't do this right now anymore, right? Well, then you should comply, like, because what it seems like she's expressing, right, that she's on the farther end of let's call it distress. Let's here, but there might be a better word for this. And that, like, yeah, she wants to sexual encounter again. You should respect your partner. All right. But right on the lower end, it could be what Katie brought up previously, right? Well, she's in her head, like, okay, well, I would like this to end, but she doesn't say anything, right? And she doesn't express this in a way that like her partner can recognize, right? And maybe even purposefully so, right? Well, then in that case, right, I think that's also a fine thing to do, right? Like, hey, you understand that your partner needs more from you. Like you're done, right? Like it wasn't like a negative experience. It's just like, I have gotten all that I need. But since we aren't like the same person, since we aren't, sexually linked, right? It'll take my partner a bit longer. Well, then, yeah, I think it's fair. It's fine, right? And it can be even a healthy thing in a relationship to go the extra mile to satisfy your partner, right? Just like I would say the same thing for non-sexual activities too, right? Where like, hey, like I was watching a TV show. We're watching TV shows, right? We're binging, and I'm done, right? I would rather go off and do something else, but my partner still wants to continue, right? Well, yeah, that's a perfectly fine thing, a healthy thing in a relationship, right? Just like, you know what, I want to stick here, be there for my partner. I'm going to be present for them, even though I'd rather go and do something else, right? But if my distress, right, maybe like, oh my God, like I cannot one more second of the show, I can't sit through, right? And I express that, right? My partner should be able to respect my desire to leave and exit the situation. I think these things happen on all fronts. It's
all give and take.
Yeah, it's all a level of give and take. I think that these things are fine, right?
Trigger Katie once again.
And I don't think this is also, limited to. Not that anyone implied that it was, but I'm just gonna put it out there that like all these things are limited to heterosexual like relationships, right? Like I imagine with lesbians, right? I'm not sure. I've not been part of this though. I'd love to be invited. I imagine that situations, right? Let's say they're 69, right? Let's say that's happening, right? Let's imagine. Let's all imagine. And like one gets off, right? And like they're like done. The other one's like it's gonna take more time. Well, like even though like you're ready to like end it, it might be good if you continue for your partner. Right, you have the ability to not, and we should respect.
It'd be negative
ability,
if you didn't continue for your partner.
But yeah, like, and it's okay for your partner to actually feel a loss.
Boo.
If you don't, right? Like, because it's okay for them to have those desires as well. A desire for completion, right? A desire to like for reciprocation, right? All of these things are fine. I think they're all negotiable, but like it's perfectly fine because that's what people do. They there's a level of sacrifice. Some sacrifices are bigger than others, but there are sacrifices, and this is like, well, for most people, a tiny sacrifice. I'll do more. I've already done, but I'll do more, right? Rather than dumping. Like the other way is what some men do, right? Hey, like I'm done. I blew my load, right? Now I'm gone. We don't want to do that, all right? We don't encourage
you have
that.
fun.
Yeah. Like I like a part of it's like, hey, I got to make sure she finishes, right? One way or the other. Okay.
You had nothing to say to that, Kate? Because it looked like you did. Okay.
Just giving you space. I know you like talking.
No, it's just when it comes to the men, them finishing and the woman not finishing, that's not okay. It's not okay.
This
is not okay.
I take a very long time to finish. I understand. You really, it's kindness. It would be selfish for me to make you take so much time out of your day. I just want to be a good partner.
I think it's deserved is the issue. I think women need to actually get a little bit of this cockiness in them, and that they also deserve to climax, right? That like they're there too. This is a two-way dance. This is a two-way dance.
Did you agree with Prime?
That what? That there's a negotiation.
Everything that he said.
Yeah, that there's negotiability there.
From day one on the panel.
Yeah, you can negotiate, but I think once again, like the if there can be just a general contract that we agree to, right? It's that if you're going to engage in this activity, both parties, you finish the project completely. There's no halfway. There's no incompletes here.
Do you disagree with what Prime just said?
No.
Yeah, that's not what I said. To be clear,
I know that's not what he said.
But like, let's just say if I might be misunderstanding, but overall, the overarching message that I heard was like, largely everything is a negotiation.
Yeah, there's all
and,
negotiation.
and everything should be a consistent negotiation, because like what happens one day does not necessarily translate to the next day.
But I'm saying for those who don't negotiate,
it looks like Katie agrees with that wholeheartedly from what I interpret from her body language.
For those who don't negotiate, which is a lot of people that don't negotiate, I would then set the standard to be, hey, at least both
I agree.
parties get
Women
off.
should be better advocates at the
Yes.
negotiation table.
Yes,
they've proven to be actually quite bad at it. Yeah,
they should. Yeah, they should get a little swag. They should get a
I
little
wonder
swag.
why.
Start dropping some demands.
All right, Katie. Yeah, engage with what I said, please.
Okay. So there's a very large frustration in me, right? Because
couldn't tell.
obvious, I'm an advocate. On an individualistic level, I think what you said, Prime, like, yes, negotiations is good. And I've also demonstrated that in my own relationship, I'm completely capable of negotiations and sacrifice and all those beautiful things that you said. That's wonderful. Great. Ali, on the other side, he's like, I'm just the logical track here. I'm just advocating for women. Yeah. Here's the thing. You know what I mean?
I saw Ali do that dance right there.
You know what I mean? Here's the thing. Both what you said, Prime, and this is a continuous thing that I have with you. You like to say things that are very like individual core, and you're like, there's value in saying this. And I'm always thinking that we exist under a certain superstructure. In the context of this conversation, the superstructure is patriarchy. So when I think about what are the experiences that Ali is advocating against, women are not advocating for themselves. Women are not getting theirs, right? And then I'm thinking about what you said and what you're saying. It's okay to sometimes, be in your head and just let your partner finish. It's a negotiation. That's what society already tells predominantly. I'm going to make this purely a gender thing now. This is like, it far more aligns with the status quo, the individualistic approach. And it doesn't mean that individualism doesn't exist. It doesn't mean women aren't allowed to make their choices. It's that women are often enforced to make choices that already align with the patriarchal interests, because it's just your individual choice and you just want to be a good partner. But in the current state of affair that Ali keeps mentioning, that women are not advocating for themselves, that women are not getting theirs, that women most of the time can't even speak for themselves, I think it's a very bad and individualistic advice to be like, I think it makes you a good partner that you don't even bother telling your partner who's literally inside of you that you are done.
Actually, I think based off of Ali's advice, he would advocate that women should speak up more, as in like they should be better advocates for themselves.
To be fair, they're afraid because when you sexually charge up a guy, they tend to be a little hulky if you say no.
I don't disagree.
But like I've been stopped in like not in the middle of like sex directly, but like it's in the middle of the build up, and the girl's been like, I don't want to do this anymore. I mean, you gotta eat it. You gotta be yeah. You eat it. You go, okay, cool.
No,
you move on.
But Katie, you already know. I didn't express this now, but like I've expressed this to you in the past, right? I've been in situations where women haven't communicated with me, even though when I've like gone out of my way to communicate with them, like, hey, like, are you okay? Do you want to continue with this encounter? Right? Are you still comfortable? Right? And they're like, oh yeah, I'm fine. Right? And then later on, I find out they're not fine. Like, what the fuck? Right? No, in fact, I want more communication. Right?
I know.
Okay, so
I know, but in this panel, what I heard from you is I'm having the meta conversation of like the context of what was said when the examples that are being used, and I also really there's something we haven't touched, and I kind of fear it because you're old dudes, but there's a lot of equivocations here between a lot of sexual acts and the concept of being penetrated, which is not necessarily gendered, but having an object or another human being inside of you is not the same as cuddling. And it's not the same as making out either. I guess maybe French.
I think we all agree there.
Also, we all agree on that.
No, the reason why I'm mentioning it is because when we're using examples where it's specifically a woman who is being penetrated, and maybe you're actually being a good partner if you just individually decide that it's the best of your interest and your partner's interest to just, let him finish because you're such a good partner. And I get that that's an example, but obviously, because I'm thinking about the overarching structure, I can't go, yeah, based individualistic advice, cool as fuck. Yeah, let's do it. Now, Ali, I have a question.
And to be clear, I
Yeah,
use
sorry,
that example because that's you brought that up, right? That's the example that you brought up.
but I brought
the-
it up because I expected the
Sure.
panel to. I think I think it's really endemic to what Ali ironically is trying to fix, that I can be on a panel with 3 dudes and I'm like, hey, if a woman is being penetrated and she's
Mhm.
done,
Mhm.
she's done, she's not feeling it anymore. Most of them are not going to tell their partner to stop. And even if they do, that might not go over super well. I think society should say that's bad. Now, in 1,000 years from now, when patriarchy doesn't exist and everything is different, sure, we'll have that conversation then. But under the life that we currently have, it is a negative thing, and the lack of negative response I think is really indicative. And then we complain, oh, women don't communicate, women don't this. Well, it's very convenient that women don't do that either. It doesn't go both ways.
I don't think anybody does, but I think I recognize that there are valid reasons why women don't communicate in those contexts, but then what should that person do in that situation then?
What do you
Being the
mean?
man.
No, the woman.
Oh, okay.
Or the man.
Expand on that. What do you mean? What do you mean by what should they do? Could you?
Well, at least from what I'm understanding of Katie has the valid criticism of in that specific context of when the woman is done, okay, but the man is not, and she's essentially there just putting up with it. And then the advice is given that okay, well, women should maybe communicate more and advocate more. But then Katie's providing the valid critique of but this is all in the context of there are reasons why women don't communicate. But then then what events should transpire currently until we change society?
The critique is Prime chooses to hop off of an example that I gave. But when he used my example, his thing was, no, I think it's actually negotiable. And my critique is, I think that it's indicative of the issues that we have, that can be said, not because individualistically it can't be true. I can assure you, I've put up with a lot of sex that I was not into because I loved my partner. Okay, I have not challenged the patriarchy enough. That is not the but women like me, and to be fair, no woman is watching this, but men should have an issue with that. It should not be on a public forum.
Just to clarify, are you saying people should take issue with what Prime said in terms of the statement that these are things that are negotiable? Because in your mind,
I'm
they're not.
honestly a little surprised that Prime used that example specifically and then said, yeah, it doesn't have to be anything wrong with you wanting to do that for your partner, using that example. And I don't think Ali thinks that's bad.
So I need more context in this example, because you keep saying put up with, is done, so on and so forth. It's been in my experience, if the woman is not feeling the engagement, that typically, with my experience, they say something and you either stop or whatever happens, right? But so if you're in a relationship with someone, I think you need to just if this is a one-off thing that's happened during your engagement in your relationship, right? Where there was a time where you were having sex and you didn't feel it anymore, right? During the middle of it, whatever it may be. And then you didn't stop it, right? You didn't
Can I clarify?
Stop. Yeah, please. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about the
no,
example.
No. I think I know where you're going, so I'm being rude by interrupting you to try to.
No, you're good. You're good. That's fine.
What I'm saying is that currently, and specifically with what you're advocating for, Ali, about women, is that I think that our general response to me setting up a scenario, a woman is engaging in heteronormative sex with a guy and she's not into it anymore.
Mhm.
I think the general advocacy should be, it should not be continued for the sake of your partner. That's what I think the general advice should be. You talked about, well, we need to give general advice. That's what I think the general advice should
Fair. It should be the general advice, right?
Okay.
If your partner doesn't want to continue to engage in sexual activity, that obviously you should stop, because there's like that is not a good position for your partner to be in, right?
Good.
Now,
But
it's going to be the
I'm going
it's
to
going to be the
interject
frequency.
because like
That never happens.
yeah, true. Yeah. That's
You're very passionate.
well, no, because like I think you're loading the scenario in my mind, because
Yeah.
I think there's an implicit assumption that like if someone is truly not able to put up with continuing having sex, then it should hopefully, although again this is all like every relationship is different and some are, let's say, more safe than others, but there's like the implicit assumption that like if the person is truly done, they will communicate that. And through the communication, that individual will stop.
You are the guys who are like, yeah, people are really stupid. They don't do stuff. Also, I'm going to say this right now, and I mean this in the best of way. Talk to more women. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to respond to that.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that
I'm
what you're saying does not happen. I'm just saying the implicit assumption, how you frame it, of like just using the words of like the woman is done. Like, yeah.
I'm going with my people are dumb and they don't know how to communicate a situation, right? You have a woman in a relationship. You have a woman in a relationship who, like, what's it called? I'm going to have to ask the frequency of how often she feels that she needs to stop, because this matters, right? If this happens like once or twice, right? And this isn't like an occurrence, and otherwise the sex is fine, but like in that one-time situation, you let it go. Yeah, sure, that's fine. If this is a constant occurrence for the woman where she doesn't want it, like like in the middle of sex, she feels like she doesn't want to have sex anymore, that conversation needs to be had maybe after or before you even engage in your next sexual activity, because there is an issue there, right? There's an issue.
I agree with that, but then the directive is not, hey, can you put up with it more? Right?
Well, no,
it needs to be addressed.
When Prime's saying put up with it, that's kind of why I'm asking about the frequency, right? Because if it's like you guys are just having sex and everything is great, but then like on one time you're kind of like not in the mood, right? But like you understand that you're just like you're with your partner, this was something that you guys engaged, let it happen, that's fine, with the caveat of obviously have a conversation of like, hey, so during this time I felt like this, I want to kind of explore whatever that feeling is. But my issue is that you're kind of making it seem like this is a consistent thing, where if it's consistently happening to the woman, well then obviously no, don't live in a life of discomfort just because you have a partner, right? We're saying that it's on the one-off chance. Yeah, obviously maybe like something got in your head, you got out of the mood, you're willing to finish off for your partner. Yeah, cool. But like if this is a consistent in your life, no, obviously don't consistently put yourself in a world of discomfort.
Okay,
there's a difference.
I can respond to that, but also Corey said something, so I don't know what I should.
You can go to Corey then to me. It's fine.
Okay, Corey, what did you say?
I said that you sort of you're loading just with the words. While recognizing the scenarios that you are describing happen, but just the way that you frame it with the words, I think gets the message across, that it frames it a certain way, that it loads it, that if a woman is truly done having sex, then it should naturally, quote unquote, follow that they will communicate that.
No, I'm arguing that it should be horrifying in our current existence, you know, where sexual abuse and trauma is bad, right? It should be horrifying that women are engaging in sex that they don't want to engage in anymore to please their partners. Not because it's impossible for that to happen and be a good thing, but because generally that is exactly the framing and advice that got us here.
Sure.
This is why women don't talk.
Okay, but I think I can reframe it as in like, okay, so in your mind, what are some of the reasons why this experience with women happens?
That they don't talk.
Yeah, as in like they're in the middle of having sex, they're done, but they do not speak up. What are some of the reasons that you hypothesize or that you know of that this occurs?
I can give you thoughts like, oh, I don't want to disappoint my partner. Oh, it's kind of selfish of me to stop just because he's in the middle. Oh, he's already inside me. It would be like really weird if I just like asked him to pull out. Oh, it's going to be such a mess. Or it's like, I'm done. But if I don't let him
Okay,
finish
sure.
inside
Yes,
of
yeah, okay.
me,
What do
then
you think? Yeah.
I'm done. But if I don't let him finish inside of me, then he's going to be outside of me, and then I'm going to have to finish him off a different way because he's not going to go jerk off. So, yes.
Okay.
Continue.
Now, what do you think are some of the predominant reasons as to why that occurs?
I think that currently women don't really speak up because it's far more because in the paradigm in their head, the completion of the man and the satisfaction of the man overrides whether their body is being used in a way that is disfavorable or neutral to them, because generally we want to encourage that the experience is fun. In a different world where women aren't used are have not that their bodies have not been used for millennia as flashlights, right? Then
You
we
mean
can talk
flashlights? Flashlights is what you're saying. Yeah, just fleshlights. Right.
with an A or an E.
Fleshlight.
Fuck holes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Fuck
fuck
holes
holes is
first.
good.
Fuck
Yeah.
holes. Sorry, I got confused on the terminology. Yeah. So did I answer your question?
I don't think because in my mind, then it does not. It's not fully answer the question of like why they're not communicating, because you can communicate that, as in one can say, I'm actually not feeling it currently, but you can just continue to finish. Can a woman say that?
Well, depends. Can a
She has the
woman say?
ability to.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but,
there are.
because like to me that does not track in terms, because at least the way that you seem to frame it, or at least sort of like an implicit assumption, is like due to some sort of emotional state. Okay, maybe fear, anxiety. Okay, this
Oh,
pulls.
let me help you. So, first of all, I will answer your question, but I will say that my critique is specifically about how men should respond to this, that we shouldn't tolerate women engaging in neutral sex just to please a man under the current superstructure, right? But I will answer this. So, I've had personal experiences where I would be like, hey, I think I'm done. And a guy would be like, no, but I'm really close. That doesn't want to make you say that you're done anymore, and that doesn't make you want to like say anything anymore.
Yeah, and I can reframe it as like, well, then why would you engage in sexual activity with a partner that will respond in that way?
I don't think that you choose to. I mean, after this happened, you know, but like a lot of the times you don't know how a guy is going to respond until they're inside of you and you tell them that you don't feel comfortable with that anymore.
So then, couldn't you also reframe it as then before even doing this, that's information to like tease out or establish even before?
I think so, but I'm going to be very honest with you. A lot of men think that they are not as creepy as they actually are.
Yeah.
Okay, but then doesn't it then not behoove the person to find out if that man is creepy by having that conversation? Isn't that like an easy filter of like, hey, how would you respond to the scenario? But then,
so two things. One, I do think having that conversation is an easy filter. My filter is like, Ali, I mean this in the most loving way. I would not have sex with Ali. That sounds like a terrible sexual experience for me, just from what I heard. And we
you'd be orgasming all over the place.
That's right. That's fucking right.
I'm very confused.
I don't want the pressure. I don't want the pressure.
What
that
pressure?
would be terrible. Let's talk about this later, okay, boo? Like it's just
pressure.
So what I'm saying is, like, yes, women do engage in some level of conversation, but I do take offense to this idea that it's like it's my responsibility to like make sure through teasing out in conversation that a guy is actually going to pull out when I tell him to, right? Like I think that's kind of wild. I know that's not what you're
Why
doing,
is that
but it is what you're
wild?
doing.
I don't see that as wild, but okay.
Well,
Oh.
I'll say it like
Uh-oh.
this. I think in our current
I
reality,
mean, do women not have agents? Like, that's like a pretty straightforward question.
Oh, no.
I think in our current reality, it's not wild at all. And I think that's a really big problem because ideally, for the safety of people while they have sex, we would want to have certain things that are supposedly obvious, but they're not obvious. So that's why it's not wild. It's not wild that a guy will be inside of you and you'll tell him like, hey, I think I'm done. And then be like, okay, but can I keep going?
No. I mean, it's not wild to ask the question to the person you are contemplating sleeping with or having sex with of like,
No,
how
that's
you're
not
going.
what I said. I
Okay,
said
then I
it's
misunderstood.
I said it's wild to the way that you're framing it sounds like, well, why aren't you having these conversations before you're fucking these guys to figure it out? And I'm like, well, sometimes you do, and it doesn't matter. But also, I genuinely shouldn't need to have a conversation to be like, are you just like low-key going to rape me if I tell you to pull out?
Well,
Like that's not a
whoa. I don't disagree with you as in an ideal world. Okay, but we're not living like, okay, so like,
okay, I'll build the bridge. I think women should try to filter out the rapists before they rape them. But
do you think women take adequate steps currently to do enough filtering?
I'm having Destiny flashbacks right now.
Sure, I get that a lot.
No, it's like I genuinely had this conversation with Destiny.
So
okay. So then, what was your answer to the question?
Oh, I said that I think considering we're talking about like conduct that I think is just general safety, I think the question is emblematic, and I think answering it is me granting legitimacy to the question. I don't want to do
I have no problem saying like
So
your typical
could it be that I'm going to I'm going to go where Katie might want to go with this, but maybe I'm incorrect. In fact, I'll leave Katie out of this. I'll just say a thing that like maybe like the fact that we frame it as like a female problem is part of the problem, right? That like the problem should be like, hey, like maybe men just shouldn't rape. And
I agree. Men should not rape or sexual assault, and we should teach that message. I have no problem advocating for that.
Yeah. And I know you agree with that, right? But I think then it's like, well, what is like the general focus? Is the general focus on men's behavior here, right? Because it seems like the easy conversation is that like women aren't taking enough precautions. You haven't, like gone down this checklist, right? And arrived at done this like and not that like and I know you're Corey, you're not like a a blame the victim type of guy. I hear you, friend. But still, like in the end, that's the easy conversation for us, right? The general conversation is like, well, you didn't, but you didn't go down the checklist, right? And maybe instead, like, are enough women going down these checklists, right? Let's think more about these checklists rather than, hey, these guys are out there raping.
Or maybe what I actually pointed out, that there isn't some outrage in this panel about the idea of women acting naturally just to please their partner. There just isn't outrage here. It's just a conversation about, did you go over a checklist of like trying to make sure this guy isn't going to rape you? And it's like, my point is, I'm not even talking about raping you. I'm talking about the fact that in the current society that we live in, I'm saying that we shouldn't encourage women engaging neutrally in sex just to please partners, whether it be hookups or not hookups. I think that's how you get marital rape.
Sure.
And the fact that there isn't an enthusiastic agreement, the fact that I can say, yeah, a woman she's just done and you're inside of her, and like, can she put up with it a little bit longer? And that doesn't cause disgust in men. I argue that is a problem. But there is no engagement with that.
Well, no, I want to engage with that because because it's this. Okay, when you're saying put up, I don't know what that means, right? If I'm engaged with if I'm engaged in sexual activity, right? And let's just say the one I'm with comes rapidly quickly, right? It's a 1 minute offshoot for her, right? And then
Wow.
anytime we
Lucky
engage
girl.
in, no, it's not even me, it's just her. That's just the way she operates, right? And anytime we engage in activity, right, she's done within the, she's off, once or twice or three times within the first couple minutes, and then now she's done with sex, right? And then there's no like reciprocation on my for my end. Well then, yeah, that's not necessary. That's not good. There's no benefit. There is no like joy there. But then I would argue that I shouldn't continue to engage in sexual activity. She should just find someone who comes as fast as she does, right? We don't have to continue with this. But if there's an idea, but if I'm in a relationship with someone, right? That's why I kind of keep hitting the frequency thing. Is if the idea is that you're consistently done, or if you're consistently not in the mood anymore halfway through sex, or even that we're just not sexually compatible, and you're getting off faster than I am, and you're done, but now you want me to be done, right? Now you keep saying like you're putting like the woman's putting up with the sex when she's done. And my argument is, well, then you're not attracted to this person, because I do think a part of sex. No. It's not putting up with it. That's what I'm saying. If you have to put up with it, you shouldn't be engaged with sexual activity with this person. It should never be a thing where you say put up with. What I think me and Prime were demonstrating was that if let's just say I'm someone who finishes. Let's just say you're with a man, he loves you, he respects you, or whatever, but he just finishes quickly, and you never get off because he's done. He's a 1 minute. He's a 1 minute man, right? I think it's. Yeah, well, it's not. Yeah, sure, you're a kind of man, but for a lot of women, right, that a 1 minute is not enough, right? And if they're not getting off, right, you're like, the argument I don't think works the same way that the man should just be able to continuously get off, and because he's done, oh well, I guess the wife has to deal with the sexual frustration of never getting off or consistently finishing off herself. That's not good either. So what I would argue is that no, then the man has to put in his work. Go out, eat out, do whatever it is, but in this what's it called? It shouldn't be a one-way street where the person is just one person gets off, or even that person gets their sexual fill where they're like, oh well, I guess 20 minutes of making out or whatever is enough for me. They're good. That's not good, right? If you have to put up with your partner, then you shouldn't be engaged.
Our friend, who's not here with us, unfortunately, dearly departed Lactoid. Our dearly departed friend Lactoid, he would like this argument, because as we know, Lactoid has known many times, right? He's not interested. Like the moment he is done, he is done, and right. It's her problem afterwards.
Yeah,
right?
post nut clarity.
Yeah. I mean, he's just like, no, it's over, and he wants a woman, right, who can just deal with that. Right, like as soon as he has finished, right, like you better have gotten there before him, because he doesn't want to put up with it afterwards.
Yeah,
right?
But does he wait for her?
Done.
No.
Wait. I don't know. Wait for.
Oh, should he wait for her?
Waits in the.
No. I'm asking if Lactoid. Like I'm the same way. When I'm done, I'm done. Right. So you have better gotten enough before me, because when I'm done, I'm done.
Okay.
I've said it before. Katie's just like Lactoid. I've drawn comparisons between them. She doesn't like them, but I don't know.
Would you? So you're saying you would? I would argue that he should wait for her.
Yeah, I was just asking because I don't think Lactoid is the kind of guy who cares. It wasn't a general thing. It was about
I know. No. Wait, but in this argument, right? Because I want to flip it from the woman to the man, right? If the man is done when he's done, and he's quick, I think if you're in a partnership with someone, I think if you're in a relationship with someone, and it's a sexual relationship as well, that if that is part of your libido, is that you finish quick. Well, then no. If you're going to be engaged with sexual relationship for your partner's sake, you should find a way to wait for her to be done, because that's only fair.
Yeah. So there's multiple things that I wanted to. Here's the thing. When I say put up with, I don't know if Spaniard is still in chat, by the way. I think I made him lose his marbles with all this stuff. I will say it like this. There's an issue here. And the issue is that if someone has been in a long-term relationship, actually long, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, you know what maintenance sex is. And when people hear me say what I say, they're like, you're literally saying that the thing that a lot of marriages rely on, maintenance sex, like you're saying it's bad. Like, because maintenance sex, a lot of the time, if you hear people talk about it, it's just like, yeah, we just need to get it done for the thing. It's like both of us
Mhm.
is like, it's just whatever, and
You
they're
gotta
not
get
very
your urges
excited
off.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not always
I-
exciting.
Yes. Yes. So good. We agree with that. Um,
Doesn't make it bad.
okay. So here's the thing, right? And this is what I'm trying to talk about is that you and I are both very invested in women getting off more. And so
Yeah.
when I'm thinking about things and when I talk about things in a public space, I'm thinking that I understand that maintenance sex is a thing. But if you're going to, but I said what I said for a reason. Instead of saying putting up with it, I said I generally think that our advice should be women should not engage neutrally in sex um, just to
Mhm.
please their partner. By the way, there are other ways to engage neutrally in sex. If you want to get your rocks off and it's for you, but you're not very excited, valid. I don't think I don't think maintenance sex is about like your partner. I think it can be about both of you needing that, right? So I said neutrally for a reason because I understand that putting up with can sound
Mhm.
different. The problem is that when the do do you understand? Maybe does that elucidate anything of what we've been talking about, or do I need to talk more?
I get what you're saying. So the neutral thing for me, right? Maintenance sex.
Okay.
If it's the idea that you both are monogamous and you both have urges, right? But you have life in the way and you don't really get to have a romantic sexual experience. But you have your urges and you just need your 5 minutes in the bedroom and let's find it where we can.
Yes.
I think that's fine and I don't think it's good, right? I don't think it's the preferred. Like,
Sure.
that's my meaning of good. But I think it's
But a lot
fine.
of people have their relationships
Yeah.
work out that way and they'll swear
And I
by
think
it.
and I think it's good in terms of like, well, if the alternative is we both have our urges, but we have this like relationship agreement where we're not going to cheat, we're monogamous. The alternative would be, well, getting your rocks off somewhere else. Maybe it'd be porn, and your partner isn't okay
Maybe
with that,
resenting each other. Yeah.
resenting whatever it may be. So like, life getting in the way, and then you guys having to neutrally engage in sex. I think it's okay so long as both partner, if it's not a one-way street, both partners would have to engage neutrally in sex, right?
So you hear me when I said I don't think
Yeah.
I think the advocacy should be if you are engaging neutrally or negatively just to satisfy your partner, that as a woman particularly. Now, it's bad for men too, but there's a disproportionate effect that this has on women because of the patriarchy. So I'm not saying that men putting up with it is great. I don't think
Yeah.
men should be having sex that they don't want to have. But disproportionately, this affects women much more for a lot of reasons. So I think the general advice should be if you are negatively or neutrally engaging solely to satisfy your partner, that is bad. Or saying bad upsets people. We would want you to reconsider. We would encourage you to seek out other options.
I agree with you. Now,
Why is it always I agree with you, but
no, I agree with you because what you're saying is correct, and I don't want anyone to engage in that either. Because neutral sex is not the desired either way. It's not the preferred either way. Having a neutral sexual experience with my partner wouldn't be enjoyable for me. I feel like I could know, and if I know that it's just an experience like that doesn't feel good, it's not going to be enjoyable. But just like you were saying earlier, how about like I would like it to be reframed, right? I think the idea that you would enthusiastically give sex to your partner, or give a sexual action, or give sexual gratification to your partner. I think that's actually what most of or at least I hope what most of the time it is, right? If you're in a partner and you're in a loving relationship, right, and you're having sex, but you're done, right?
I hate the enthusiastic consent model. I think it's the most unrealistic shit to ever happen.
I'm like, once again, I'm not trying to like throw my like, but there have been plenty of times where like I've just eaten my wife out for her sake, or she's just given me
No,
head
I'm
for
talking
my
about
sake, and it's so
sorry.
it's enthusiastic for like as in like my
Yeah,
partner
yeah.
enjoys this,
She's
I
not.
give
Sorry,
this to
you
my
Nothing. He's
said
partner.
talking about.
enthusiastic, so I was talking about
Yeah,
a
yeah.
specific construct
I
that I
I
thought you
agree
were
with.
referring to.
And I agree
Sorry.
with friend. Like,
Sorry.
yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's not talking about enthusiastic consent. Like I would.
Oh, my
But like
bad.
to add. No, but yeah, but you're talking about something different, which is fine. This is a good thing.
Oh,
But
okay,
I'm
cool.
agreeing with you, Ali. Right? That
Yeah.
Yeah.
like for me, like I like enthusiasm from my partner. In fact, I like require it. Right?
Yeah.
Like if I sense that my partner is just doing it right, putting in the motions, right, I respond to that, right,
Yeah.
and poorly, right. Like my enjoyment directly correlates with her enthusiasm, her wanting to
Yeah.
be there and being a part of this. If she doesn't, then I'm like, then I would really rather do something else. Like, okay, let's stop here. Let's do something else, right? But that's the way it is. But and I'm thinking you're saying something a bit similar here, right? Like, hey, actually, I like it when she's really into it, and I wouldn't like it otherwise,
Yeah.
right?
And what I think, and or at least what I was saying, what I hope is like the actual idea is less of it being neutral, right? I think that like maybe for you it's different, but I think for a lot of people that they are enthused that they are pleasing their partner or like gratifying their partner in that way, and so that like if maybe in the middle of when they're having sex they're done, right? But I don't think it switches to neutral. I think maybe they realize they're done and they love their partner, so they enthusiastically finish their partner.
I agree with you,
and that's
right?
that's what
So
at least the goal. That's kind of, when I'm talking about it, that's what I hope is like the actions that are happening.
So I hear you. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like when a guy is like they came, but they still love their partner and they're not necessarily built up anymore, but they're like, I would totally eat you out right now for
Yeah.
you to finish. Like
Yeah.
I'm down with that, right?
Yeah.
That's not what I consider neutral, right? When I say
Yes.
neutral, I don't mean I have to come right now.
Yeah.
I mean I am done and I would like to not engage sexually anymore, but I'm tolerating, I'm putting up with the sexual engagement for the sake of my partner. That's what I mean by neutral. What I call it neutral because there are moments where neutral becomes negative, where it's like,
Yeah.
I hate this, I don't want
Yeah,
this.
absolutely.
But there's and people often in the sex sphere, especially when it comes to the concept of consent, enthusiastic consent, they conflate it. They're kind of like there's either enthusiastic consent or a terrible, horrible, traumatizing experience. And I do believe that there's a neutral where it's like I'm tolerating this cuddle. It's not traumatizing me. I would rather not cuddle. you know, that is neutral as far as I'm concerned. But some nights I'm like, no, I cannot put up with this. Like, no.
I think
Those
with
are two
sex-
That's the thing.
different
There's a
states of
tipping
I think with
point.
sex,
As
though,
in, there's a tipping point between you
yeah.
tolerating and then you done, then you vocalize it. That like
Yes,
is the tipping
but I
point.
think
Sounds like
women
a
shouldn't
spectrum.
tolerate it.
Yeah,
I think sex is more binary than that,
Mhm.
unfortunately, where like I don't know if you could have a neutral. I think if you're allowing someone to have sex with you, that's never neutral. That if you don't want to be engaged in that experience, regardless of how calm you are or how presenting you are or how much you think you're doing it like for your partner, I think that is just a negative experience, right? So like that's why I think I keep pushing back on like how often is this happening? Is there, because like that to me is discomfort.
Your wife traditional too?
I'm not no.
I don't think
My
he's a
wife is not
traditional
traditional.
guy.
I'm a
When he
traditional
was
guy.
no, you're traditional in the sense that you're entertaining the idea of opening up your marriage in an appropriate context.
Stop. You know exactly what I mean. Because I feel like I was going to be like, hey, maybe ask your wife about her experiences, but I don't know how many experiences she's had, or maybe she's in the exact mindset as you. Like for me, a lot of the times, the way that you're saying it, I'm just like, I wish I had like 5 women I talk to right here to like offload some stories on you. That's sometimes how I feel.
Yeah, and I'd still argue
I don't mean this in a condescending way.
Yeah.
I just mean as like sometimes when especially with men, because there are some physiological differences.
Mhm.
I think it's much easier for women, and I don't I don't think this is purely biological or something like that. I think this is mostly social, but there is a physiological element, I believe, that makes it so women can understand the neutral concept much more easily. Because women get coaxed into neutral sex a lot more than men. I'm not gonna lie.
So
I wouldn't disagree with
when
that.
I hear neutral sex, what I envision is like in like a TV show where the guy's having sex in the city, where the girl's just laying there and the guy's having sex, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm done. Was it good?" And she's like, "Yeah, it was great," but she's really just aloof and doesn't care, right? That to me would be like neutral.
Okay.
She
sure.
engaged. No, I'm asking. Is it like would that like she engaged in this consent?
Well, I don't know how she feels, but yeah, it's
she
from what
didn't
we're
enjoy
saying.
it. She let it's the idea that like she just kind of let the sex happen. It was a one night. Yeah,
letting sex happen is like a core female, core woman experience.
Now, would this be the neutral sex that you're talking about? Engaging in sex where it's just it's kind of just happening to you. Okay.
Yeah.
My argument would be like, I think that's negative, right? Like you're calling it neutral as in nothing wrong happened, but I'm saying that would be negative, like a negative experience in sex.
Good.
Cool. So now then then like the question is like it's twofold, right? If it's like if this happens consistently during like hookups clearly aren't for you. You shouldn't engage in hookups. If this is happening within the context of your relationship, I think this shows that there's a greater problem with your relationship. If you're constantly engaging in neutral sex, to me, that's negative. You're engaging in bad sex because if most of your sex is neutral, it's not positive. You can resent someone real quickly. So I mean, like, yeah, then that's like a greater problem then, right?
So the reason why I introduced the concept of neutral sex is, first of all, we live in a society where like a lot of people, luckily this conversation has normal guys, but a lot of guys, they're like, they don't care if it's new, like if they get access, they get access, right? So they don't care what it is. So the reason why I have the concept of neutral is because once there's a big push in, like, I wouldn't say manosphere, but there's a lot of talk about this idea that sex that isn't good is like inherently bad and traumatizing. And this is something that is also often pushed by some kind of advocacy of feminism, where they want to say that women shouldn't provide access when it's neutral, but they can't explain well why it's negative. So they're like, it's a horrible thing for a woman when she has neutral sex. It's just so traumatizing and so terrible and so bad for her. It's basically rape, I tell you. And
it's lame.
It's bad advocacy, but it's because they don't know how to explain the difference, that you don't necessarily have to be traumatized to just not have good sex.
It's a bad experience. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be a bad experience. I think sometimes maintenance sex, we talked about this, neutral maintenance sex would be neutral. It's not necessarily a bad experience, but it's neutral.
No. Well, once again, in like I have women friends. I've talked to them. It is what I'm talking about. Not about maintenance friends. Is more about hookup, like within hookup culture, right? Because you're saying like, neutral sex is traumatic, blah blah blah. It's not so much as traumatic. I think it's kind of lame, right? And I do think there is a weird there's the women can't kind of express themselves to men are scary, we're big, blah blah blah, we're aggressive, so on and so forth. That's like the idea. But then there is no advocacy for oneself, right? There is no like women wanting to like expressing the get off. So like I feel like most of hookup culture is neutral sex for women and non-neutral sex for men. And that it's not traumatic, but it's fucking lame, right? Like it's
also
it's not fun to engage in this.
There's also something that is lost in these conversations, is that women are likely to engage in neutral sex for other reasons than just having good sex, right? So just the fact that you can get on Tinder and get like 15 minutes a guy at your door, that is affirming to your beauty, to your sexuality. But at the end of the day, the agreement was we fuck. So you're not doing it because he's gonna fuck you amazingly, but it is
Yeah.
affirming that in 15 minutes there's a guy in your door ready and whatever, right? There are many reasons why people engage in neutral sex that have very little to do with the quality of the sex. That is also why I use that term, because
I want to ask. So let me jump in for a second here. Like, is this So you're saying that there should be a general advice that, hey, if this woman doesn't want to engage in a sexual activity at that point, it should just end, right? Like, or that's the general advice. So let me make sure I got that correct, right?
no, not that she doesn't want to engage in it, that it's neutral.
Yeah, that's like what I mean. That's I thought we were on the same page there.
Meaning
that, like in
she's
that neutral,
done.
she was done. Yeah, she was done.
Meaning she's done.
Yeah, because like I just said, there's an example. There are many reasons why you would want to engage in neutral and like in sex that don't have to do with the sex.
Yeah. Hold on. Sorry. The example where you say like we're engaged in this activity, and then sexual activity, and then we're done, or sorry, she is done, right? Then like the general advice is that like the sexual encounter should end at that point, correct?
If they're in the
that you would
middle,
get.
yeah, sure.
I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? So yeah.
Well, I would also argue that you shouldn't necessarily provide your body to get affirmation for your beauty, right? That part of
I
the
would agree.
advice would by the way, I've done this, right? Like I'm not a fighter
Yeah.
of patriarchy, right? It's a thing that we do. I'm saying that like women understand that they have the ability to convert access to their body for other types of perks that men can too, but would have a harder time to do, right? And I would argue that that's still a symptom of a negative thing in the system, and so I would want to discourage that. I wouldn't want to put shame on women that do that because I understand why.
Women trading sex for attention
or money.
Yeah, or just I always give this example that's like the reason why I stopped making out and with guys at bars would be because they would then expect that we fuck, and I would have to let them fuck me, right? So we can't just make out. No, of course, no. But in our societal understanding, it's like
Your
you can't-
patriarchal
saying.
mind.
You
That's-
Yeah,
can't
you're
just
revving
fuck.
up. You're revving up, so you have to take him home. You can't just give him blue balls. I get the idea that you
Exactly,
live with. Yeah.
exactly. So I'm just explaining this notion. So I would argue that that also falls in the paradigm. I agree. I'm sorry, Prime. I got a bit confused, but yeah, I'm just saying that it's much broader than just like in the moment.
Okay.
And I also
Okay.
I harped on that because it's not just about like I'm done, even though of course I agree with that, but it's also like you shouldn't be doing it if it's not what you want to do. I'm done is a bit different for me. I'm sorry, maybe I'm confusing things.
No, it's fine. I just want to know, does this also apply for platonic or platonic and non-sexual activities? And so like, hey, you and I are watching anime, right? And then you're done, but you know I want to continue. Like not maybe for hours and hours on end, but just like, hey, like I'm almost there. I'm sorry. That maybe
I'm almost at the
not in good
credits.
taste.
Almost.
I'm that probably was not in good taste. I do apologize. But like, yeah, but like I am like close to like where my satiation
I
would
think
be,
it
right?
can, but I think it's a much more easy and open to interpretation, and also doesn't have the general advice connected to it because of like the superstructure, right? So like whatever interest that you have in your like relationship, whether you want to put up with anime or not, right? There's no, unless you want to talk about capitalism, but generally there's no like hyper superstructure that is causing disproportionate outcomes and stuff like that. So
would say-
there's
I would
the
dis-
general advice is just
I would say
let me finish.
No, never. Go ahead.
So I would just say that it's much more easy to be like, yeah, I wouldn't give general advice. I think people negotiate that within themselves. You know, people have different tolerance for different things. What Prime said about sex?
But then,
earlier.
okay, sure, but it sounds like like the superstructure like applies only in the sexual domain, which like I can cognitively, but like I would argue the superstructure then just overall affects like women's approach to relationships. So like generally speaking, on
I
average,
agree.
relationship women approach relationships in terms of they invest more, and that's
I
due
agree.
to the superstructure. So then why should that not apply to the anime watching?
Because he said friends and platonic. He didn't say like in a heterosexual
Oh,
relationship
okay,
or
okay.
whatever.
He'll
Yeah,
change
let's stick to heterosexual.
He'll change.
Now let's do it. Let's take that same situation and put it in a heterosexual relationship, right? With all the pressures that come with it, right? And that like now it's anime, or it could be anything else, right? Whatever floats your boat here. And I want to engage in this, right? You were at first wanted to engage as well. You've been satiated. I have not been satiated, and I'd like to continue. Should what should happen then? Does that advice carry over within that heterosexual relationship?
I don't think that advice would necessarily carry over to gaming, but I know that there's definitely in a feminist space like a lot of advice that are like generally you shouldn't prioritize a man's time over your time because disproportionately you are already
That's
getting
part of the
more
superstructure.
yeah. So there are general advices that some women give or that some feminists give. Like some advice is there, but I think it's dependent. But that general advice exists. The reason why there's definitely a double standard when talking about sex, and that's because most people agree, and for most people, their experiences with sex make it so the threshold for harm is higher, and so there's more alert. Now, that's the feminist reason. The real reason is Puritan culture that thinks that sex is somehow something else from anything else. I don't believe in that, but I think why I am more strict with the sex stuff is because, rape culture and stuff, but it's the harm is at least more apparent than like women being forced to watch anime with their platonic friend.
Well, but this can be expanded out just to like domestic abuse as well. Of like if the woman starts imposing their will more in the anime watching, well, that might open them up to more violence subjected towards them.
Yeah, I mean, general advice is not always good. If you're in a domestic abuse relationship, that's probably not going to work for you.
Right. But then, like, why? It seems like your advice like only seems to zero in on like the sexual domain, but then you seem to recognize like it does extrapolate outwards.
Let me clarify. When I say general advice, I mean it's because if you're in an abusive relationship and you're gonna tell your husband to get out while they're penetrating you, and they're gonna beat you for it, I might say, "Hey, make your own calculations about what you prefer."
Yeah.
Right? Like.
Yeah.
And like general advice is for like people who are generally in a place that they have some power, some ability and stuff like that.
So then shouldn't the general advice be of like, as in like once the woman is done with sex, that's when it's over. And then once the woman is done with anime, that's also when it's over. Why does that not?
I'm sorry. Can you explain again? Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, as in like what I heard, which I might be misunderstanding, is like your advice of like the sex is done when the woman is done, essentially, as in like they're in the middle, and for whatever reason, they're now at the point of like they're tolerating it, or rather it's no longer enjoyable, or they're done. And so then it should end. But then it seems like
to be fair, I think sex should be done when someone is done. That is we just made it about women specifically because a specific example was used.
Okay, sure. Okay, so then when yeah, okay, so then it seems like your general advice is like whenever one party is done in whatever activity, that's when the activity is done.
Okay, so let me try to explain. I don't think general advice can expand to all realms of life in the same way, which you pointed out. You're much more eager to set up this very specific advice, and you told us off that we're not like that we're undermining the general advice with all kinds of like particular things. But here you're more like, yeah,
people can do, people can negotiate and stuff like that. And I felt like I clarified that is because we generally understand that, first of all, the disproportionate outcomes in conjunction with the potentiality for harm. That would be like the difference that I would see. But I think
But
the cuddling,
that potentiality
Sorry.
for harm extends in the anime situation as well.
well, not necessarily. When you're talking, are we talking about the regular relationship, or are we talking about the abusive relationship right now?
Well, if it's built in that the relationship is not abusive, then where's the potential for harm in the sexual domain?
That a relationship cannot be abusive and you can still have negative sexual outcomes that reinforce patriarchal ideas.
Well, okay, so but that
So
might
it's
be
expanding that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're
but-
expanding that, right, Corey? To
Yeah,
like to
but
yeah.
that might just be where the disconnect is. Of like, I would say if a woman is in a relationship where they're having a sexual experience where they're putting up with it or it's neutral, that is abusive, probably, or like in the
I would not say that.
Okay.
I think it can be, but I don't think it's necessarily so.
I would not, but like, let's just say that pushes it in the direction, especially if it's
I think that's where you find a lot of the marital rape stuff. I'll say it that.
Okay.
I think that's where you'll find a lot of very scary stuff. But you talked about agency earlier. I think that consent plays a huge role in this. So I think people are allowed to consent to things that are not favorable to them or that harm them. But generally, most people think that there's more potentiality for harm in sexual engagement. And in some ways, there can be. So that's usually where the discrepancy comes from. But like we gave this example earlier, and Ali was memeing, but like the cuddling thing with my partner, right? Like there was some memes, but there is a question here. It's not anime. It's far more dramatic than that. It's like access to my body. I'm physically uncomfortable. I don't want to do it. You know, scary stuff like cuddling, right? But most people, and I've said this earlier myself, would say this is not equivalent to being sexually engaged, because most people just understand that people are not in the same headspace. They're not in the same like mindset. There's a lot of interlinking factors. Is this making sense? Am I answering what you said?
It's making sense, but then I would say all that like you should the sexual experience that you have and the headspace that you have during sex should replicate the headspace that occurs during cuddling and all the associated things that occur during your experience of cuddling.
I think that if one wanted and was capable of existing perfectly consistently in the world, that would make sense. However, I can only talk about myself, but I do think this extends to other people. I think people have a limited amount of energy. And so for me, I'm much more concentrated on protecting myself sexually because I have a lot of sexual trauma and a lot of bad negative sexual experiences. And cuddling might frustrate me, but I don't feel patriarchy enforced on me when I cuddle my boyfriend because he's sweet and cuddly. In the same way that I would if he were to try to hit on me when I don't feel like it. And so I also understand that in an individualistic relationship, there are compromises to be made. And you don't get everything that you want. I don't think there's anything bad with watching anime a bit longer or something like that.
Right.
But because of the superstructure, and because I do think that for most people there is more harm that can be engaged in, that's why there's a separation there, generally speaking.
Okay, then my question would be is like, when you are done cuddling, do you vocalize that you are done cuddling?
I mean, I kick him.
Okay, or do you communicate in the manner that you are accustomed to that you are done cuddling?
Yeah, but he'll just keep cuddling me.
Oh, that's why I'll reemphasize, when you are done in bold cuddling, will you communicate that And do you have an expectation that that will cease?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she engages in abuse. She goes, "Stop it!" Kicks him.
Isn't it abuse that I'm being forced to get to my done point?
I mean, listen,
well,
we can.
Well, that's that's what I'm going to extrapolate to of like, should women not take that approach to sex as well?
They can.
No. Should they? Should they?
Should they? I think. I think that if we are going to create a society where women have more agency, areas that women need to take that approach are not just sex. They are physical touch in general. They are housework. They are like traveling. So women are much more likely to move for their partner than the other way around. Career wise, there's a lot of areas like that. Just and you know what? For this is why I said individually, because for one woman, for her to have to watch through the anime, it feels like control. And if it feels like that to you, then that needs to be treated like the red line, you know? It's just that most people will agree that sex is a red line in a very specific way for a majority of people. And other things are a bit more iffy. That's why I'm not saying that it can't be a red line just like sex is. I'm saying that I would have to sit down with that person. There are definitely people that I've known, right? That I don't think the general advice fits them, or that it matters, or that, there are people that I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of people who are telling me that they think that they're having good sex, and I think they're having harmful sex. I'm not going to tell them to stop because they do what they do, but I think it's harmful, So.
Okay, fair enough.
I need to pee.
Okay. Sure. Well, we've already blown past our time by a significant margin. So I want to give people space to say their last words. Maybe you might want to say your last words to Katie. Maybe that might be what you want to do. If so, then that's fine as well. We can wait for that. But I want to give people a chance to leave. So I'll start with before then, hey, thanks all for coming through on this Memorial Day weekend.
Spending your Memorial Day with the panel.
Yeah. This was fun. And because we got a good group of people, we turned into a good discussion, right? Then it was fun. So I'm grateful to you all, honestly, for coming through. But yeah, if Corey, you have something you want to say?
Well, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 94, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, as always, grateful to be here. Always a pleasure, and always great conversation and entertaining conversation. And I don't take issue with the advice that you gave, Prime, but I don't think, I'm curious if Katie would disagree with this of I'm looking to socialize my daughter. And obviously that's going to encompass many things, but one of the advice that I would give her, okay, but this is not the only words or things that I would do, but I would say it's yes, you should never engage in sex where you're just tolerating it, or maybe not never, but rather, generally speaking, as a strong heuristic, you should never have sex or should not engage in sex where it's just to the point of tolerating or neutral sex. But at the same time, you should not engage in sexual activities with another person that will not, that you can't communicate with. As in if you express that you no longer want to continue, they will positively respond to that, and you should weed those people out. I don't think Katie would disagree with that, but I could be wrong.
I would say that wouldn't be my preference. This is something that I got a lot of practice on in terms of how I think about it from the Destiny discourse about this, specifically about agency for women, right? And so I think that if you were to socialize your daughter to have positive sexual experiences, I think I don't want to say men and I don't want to say patriarchy, but it's both those things. So I don't really know what to. I think people generally want to do what's right, but they don't want to be uncomfortable. So I think if we wanted to properly socialize women to be able to engage in good sex, then talking about sex needs to happen when they're entering that phase. And so what happens is that I don't want us to tell young teenage girls, here's what you don't do. Don't do, don't do, don't do. That doesn't increase agency. That's just an authority telling you what to do. What young women need to hear as teenagers, as they're entering the sexual world, something that we don't have, is that, hey, when you have boys that you like, you should often ask yourself, do I like this? What do I like? Did we do anything that I liked? And maybe, and I want you to know how much I love you and care about you. And I think you deserve to do things that you like. So you have to build that from the inside, that interest, because society is going to tell those girls. I can tell you from my experiences from women that I talk to, if you ask women, like, how were you when you were a teenager and engaging in sex, most of them are not thinking about coming. They're thinking about how to make their boyfriend come. They're thinking about how to be a good girlfriend. This is why you have women reaching their late 20s and they're like having a sexual revival, because they just started asking themselves,
30s, but yeah.
I don't know how to orgasm. I don't think I've ever orgasmed in my life.
I didn't hear any disagreement with anything that I said. As in everything, okay, I agree with everything that, but like you disagree with any of the statements that I said. Of like, yes, this is. What is the explicit disagreement?
The explicit disagreement is that I think it doesn't build agency, and it doesn't. That's
not disagreeing with. I never said that. I'm going
to finish what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, Corey.
Okay, I am affirming myself.
Way to advocate for yourself, Katie.
Thank you.
I'm socializing her as we speak.
Yes, this paternalistic attitude of like, don't do this and don't do that. I don't think that's socializing your daughter to have better outcomes.
I never said that's the only thing that I think.
Let her finish. Go ahead.
I don't think those things are good things to say. If you want to say other things with them, like, sure, go ahead. I don't think that there's value in those things in the way that people think that they are. And I also think, I'll say this. I don't think they are bad in isolation, those sentences necessarily, but I think many more adults will reach the configuration of sentences that are don't do this and don't do that far quicker than they would reach any configuration that I demonstrated. And I think that's telling, that we like telling women what not to do and how not to behave and tell them what's good and what's bad for them, instead of encouraging thinking of you need to figure out what's good for you and properly advocate for it. You know, and that's also language that builds what you asked about earlier, agency, accountability. Because if you just tell a woman what not to do, it's easy to blame her that she didn't do it. But if you give her the tools to be like, well, it's my responsibility to figure out what I like, and it's my responsibility to make sure that I get what I like. And if I don't have the safe environment to get that, then I'm out of here. Then that's different. But that's not how women are being socialized.
Okay, so I didn't hear any explicit disagreements in any of the statements.
I agree with everything that you said.
Okay, that's it.
Everything that you said.
Because I agree with everything that you just said.
No, I agree with everything that you said. You feel better?
No, I don't, because I know you're just placating me, but that's fine. But like, I think that is to my point.
No,
okay?
don't engage.
You're placating. I'm holding.
I know. I should.
So is he being passive by not advocating for himself, or am I submitting to patriarchal standards by placating instead of fighting back?
I think he's advocating for himself. He's saying, I want an answer. And
I gave an answer.
Yeah. So can anybody
answer?
Yeah, exactly. And again, in my mind, and I could be, delusional.
Okay,
totally
well,
but like,
no.
You did not outline any sort of explicit disagreement in the statements that I said. But you disagreed understandably with the overarching narrative, as in I agree with you. Those statements in isolation do not build agency. But it
Okay.
sounds like you do not disagree with the positions that I
So,
hold, and those statements outline some of the positions that I hold.
I'd like to reward this panel for letting women build themselves up
Hell
and
yeah.
really and like call them out when they're not standing up for themselves, even if
Hell
it
yeah.
causes conflict. So, Corey, I think the statements you said in isolation are not valuable, but you said I wouldn't say that in isolation. So I guess I don't see the content of your statement. I think it's substanceless, but I don't technically agree with any
Okay.
specific sentence that you said.
The way you don't technically
Sorry, I
disagree.
smiled.
No, you technically don't disagree, as in because I agree with you, as in those statements alone do not have
You're
value.
correct. I don't
okay.
technically disagree. I just think it was pointless to say.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That's a fair criticism.
Okay. I'm sorry that I wasn't direct about this.
Yeah, you should be,
I'm sorry.
as
Okay.
all women should.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Oh, you missed that. I was giving our friends an outro. And that was his outro, was to argue with you. But
I was taking a page out of the Scott playbook.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. To our friend Ali. Yeah. Do you have any words you want to say?
Yeah, a lot of this for me gets solved in two ways, right? Like you teach women to have more advocacy for themselves, right? How to do it, so on and so forth. But then the flip is also it's not so much I hear this argument like, oh, we need to teach men not to rape, teach young boys not to rape. And like it makes it like a joke. There is actually like we do need to women need to stop centering men in their lives. So like stop placating to men because that's not what like your purpose is. But then men center like money and sex in their lives. I feel like a lot of men, young men especially, they get their confidence or their personality from like how much money they can make or how much pussy they can get. And that's like evident by like how big Andrew Tate and like these guys got like pushing that same rhetoric. And I think that comes with a lot of creepiness, like Katie was saying. It comes with a lot of selfishness that men, like even in this like analogy, they don't even center women. It's not women that it's sex, and that's all that it's in pursuit of. So that does turn sex into this like transactional game. It does turn sex into this give and take, right? Where there isn't even romance behind it, right? There's just attraction. There's what attractive value do I have to bring you over? There is no romance, and the romance is stripped. It's all just, give and take back and forth. And that's not necessary. That's not good. That's I think that solves it a little bit. Fixes some of the problems.
May I respond?
Yeah, go ahead. Always.
Okay, this is why I say Ali is like a liberal Zionist, but for patriarchy, right?
Listen, if you're gonna insult me, just listen. There are certain words. All right, you can call me a terrorist, but a Zionist. I'm not a liberal Zionist. There are limits. There are limits to the insults a man.
You're not just any Zionist. You're a liberal Zionist.
Right?
That's like the worst, the bottom of the barrel.
Okay,
the worst kind of Zionist.
Are you serious?
I'm so serious. I'd much prefer you call me a terrorist.
No, I will never call you a terrorist. That would be weird. But
I prefer it.
But I don't think you're a terrorist. That would make you cool.
Maybe another term other than Zionist then.
Yeah, if the Zionist thing actually bothered. Ali is just a lib. There. Okay, so here's my issue, right? So this is a talking point that has been going around, and it's like dudes pretending like like we didn't have these problems before entertained. Like it's just young guys. Like guys never cared about pussy and money. Like guys before when there was romance, like no one was being raped or anything like that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what I said at all, but okay.
You don't think that's what you said at all?
No, I said that we should stop telling guys. I said especially young guys, right? We can see it with like these guys being so popular and this rhetoric becoming so popular. I never said it wasn't happening before. I said that this has probably always been an issue, is that women center men and men seem to center money and sex.
So this is always an issue, and it just became popularized through Andrew Tate and stuff.
Normalized and popularized. Yeah. More
But
normalized.
normalized implied that it's more normalized. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is also proliferated through it.
Sure.
Okay.
But does that mean that it wasn't a problem before?
Is it a bigger problem now? Let's solve it.
Yes. It's definitely more
I
prevalent.
disagree.
You think that people being more outspoken about it and more direct, and that there's a mass following of these people, and that there's probably more people nowadays, that it isn't a bigger problem than it was before?
I think that so I'm 29. I
Mhm.
can guarantee you that I've spoken that maybe the guys that I had sex with 10 years ago weren't talking like Andrew Tate, but they were fucking like Andrew Tate.
Well, they're speaking in Hebrew, but yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Sure.
yeah, wait, like, so
You don't know
I'm,
if Andrew Tate
I'm gonna
knows
go
Hebrew.
ahead.
You might-
I can really only go off like for American culture, right? And so like
American culture is known for their non-rape stuff.
no, it's not non-rape. I'm saying that it's more like outspoken and belligerent today versus like what was propagated like in the 90s or shit growing up. Like,
So this
like
is
that's
why
kind of what I'm saying.
this is why I called you a liberal bad word, because it feels like, oh, like Ben Gvir, he's so outspoken and belligerent. It's getting so much worse now with this Ben Gvir and these radicals and how they're ruining it. It's like shit was happening before, man. It's just because they're more outspoken about it. Like nothing.
Yeah, wait, no. Shit was happening before, but the perspective has shifted from 20 years ago to today, right? Whereas like now it's like more anti versus 20 years ago to today. Yes, the expectation was like that you were raising young gentlemen and young ladies and so on and so forth, right? This was what was propagated versus today. That is not what is getting like
Hold on. Let's try this, Katie. Do you think that with Andrew Tate and with the manosphere and the red pill and whatnot, right, that the world is more dangerous for women, or is it like literally just the same whether we're there or not there?
I don't think it's just the same, but I think it's a distraction that bothers me, and so I like to argue with it. Okay. I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the core issues.
Okay. I just
the issue isn't so like for me the issue isn't necessarily like the red pill is the source of these problems. These problems have always existed, but they existed in silence is what you're saying, right? They existed. It was just, and what I'm saying is because it's not silent, that I think it's also now more attractive to young men because of the people pushing it, right? The Bugattis, the penthouses, the parties, the claviculars, the so on and so forth. This is attractive, like this lifestyle, this attitude is attractive to young men. We know this psychologically, even like from before. So now you're getting more young men wrapped up in it, right? Sure. I think you have a bigger problem today with like young men kind of like doing the whole like.
Sure, but let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're talking. You have broadened the conversation, and I'm specifically thinking about sex. So that's also a problem that there might be some cross lines here. But when I'm thinking about sex, the question is, would it be easier for me to filter out an Andrew Tate follower or a leftist guy who talks to me about communism, and then like when he's inside me is just going to be like, "Hey, I'm almost done. Can you like put up with it for the sake of a relationship?"
They're about equal, actually.
What do you mean?
As in like, I would say those pieces of information don't really tell you anything about how they will engage in sex.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think that someone who doesn't gravitates toward the Andrew Tates or whatever
won't have the same action.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but that's like my point. Do I think Andrew Tate created like more active rapists? Probably. Do I think that it's much easier for a lot of women to dodge them because they hear those talking points and they are not engaging with it? Also. That's what I think. It's much easier to dodge a lot more men now. And you can talk to women. They are.
Yeah, but also I feel like at this point, right, the fake feminist archetype also is pretty easy to like find, fish, and point out.
What do you mean?
So like the fake lefty communist who is like all pro women, blah blah blah, but is still a rapey dude. But he kind of is just saying all the right feminist talking points, and he
Yeah. So
has
I guess
that is pretty easy to point out. I feel
maybe I
like
should
that's that guy,
clear out. I hear you. I guess what I was trying to express is that I used a specific scenario, and the point is like you can try to fish out who's going to tell you to like wait until they're done when they're inside you, but it is much easier to dodge someone who talks like Andrew Tate.
100%.
And with the other people, you literally don't know.
I agree.
But you should not use that information of them being a communist or expressing those views to make conclusions about how they engage with sex.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's I do think that their rhetoric and how they talk about sex does create men that are more violent and more dangerous, especially in a sexual setting. But again, Destiny had an anti-Sneeko, anti-Manosphere arc, right? And 3 years ago, I was on a Prime panel having this discussion with Destiny, and he didn't say much more like safe things for women, right? That's my issue.
Destiny.
This is why I roll my eyes a lot when people bring up the Andrew Tate thing, because when you brought up earlier that like people in the 90s they were raising up young gentlemen, young women.
That was the idea. Yeah.
Yes, that was the idea. But what was baked into being a young gentleman still caused like it's not actually
still created Destiny. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. So yeah, that would be like. That was my reaction.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. If you want to wrap that up, Ollie.
No, that was it. That was really it.
Okay, so I'll give Katie an outro. Katie, first of all, what was that thing that you were saying you were afraid, nervous of bringing up to us? Did you bring that thing up? You said with the room.
She's afraid because there's 3 guys here that she wasn't.
Yeah, 3 guys. Yeah, what was that thing that you didn't want to
bring up?
No, I think that was me talking about how there's a difference between being penetrated and penetration. I did bring that up.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just didn't thoroughly discuss it.
Why would you be? I'm confused as to why you are afraid to say that to us. I mean, like, I thought we all even already agreed, right?
Well, when I say afraid, that's like a strong word. But also it's just that, how I just made the whole, like, just because a guy's a communist doesn't mean that you know how he's going to react to put a dick inside you. So just because you're on this panel doesn't mean that you're not going to get a guy saying something that's like, oh, now I need to like talk about that. Right. So you just don't know. People have particularities with these things. So
yeah, if Lactoid or Scott were here, I feel like it'd be a different conversation.
Well, her and Lactoid agree on a lot.
I actually distinctly remember the Lactoid conversation when we were like, yeah, when I'm done. Like I remember this.
Yeah. It's come up a few times. We're all very familiar.
Lactoid and Katie, that sexual compatibility is off the charts, I'm sure.
Off the charts.
Now, if the romance was there, we can get Katie, and Katie doesn't wear makeup. Lactoid likes that.
Does he?
Yes,
yes.
He does. Actually,
Lactoid thinks makeup is deception.
You're not engaging in fraud.
Yeah. Fraudulent.
Yeah. That's 100% his take. We're not exaggerating.
I engage in fraud all the time. You see, my tits are very triangular, and I like to push them in a round shape. Like my bra.
Lactoid will straighten that out.
It makes them circular, and that's fraud.
That might be. I'm curious. Actually, I'm curious how you'd probably say.
Also, I love that we like just. acknowledge that me and Ali are not sexually compatible, but me and Lactoid might be. I like that we're doing this like around the table.
I want to do a
thing.
speed a speed date. Yes, speed date with you and Lactoid. I want to see how that goes.
Okay, it will go very quickly. I will say Black Lives Matters, and then he'll say no, they don't.
Oh yeah, I forget about that part of the. That part.
No, he'll break out the stats.
Yeah, he'll just yeah, you guys could just argue statistics forever. Like once again, this is a relationship archetype as well, right? The two people who are on opposing sides who argue their way to love. This happens. All right, enough prime panels. We might see a wedding out of this.
That's true. That's true. I mean, we've had people on this panel who have explosive explosive dialogues, right? When they get into contact with each other, who've gone on to have like
that just builds the passion, intensity.
Yeah,
Born Southern Destiny. You know,
there's no passion.
Haven't given a chance. I'm just saying. Right? I mean, Lactoid's pretty handsome, but anyway, whatever.
He is. That's the problem with Lactoid. That's like the one thing. He looks good. That's like his one thing. That's his only redeeming quality.
He's got a pretty face.
I tolerate him because he has a pretty face. Yes.
That's no. I feel like very
that bias in and of itself.
Yeah.
That's the quality happening there, right? How many men have said the same thing about women? But all right, well, fantastic. We love that we're exploring these things.
No, we don't.
Yeah. She just communicated that the door is slightly open for Lactoid.
No,
Lactoid
is married. Stop.
Lactoid's not married. Lactoid's not married.
He's married.
To what?
No, unless he's been lying this whole time.
What do you think married Lactoid?
Oh, is that why he's like that?
That he's single. I mean, I guess. As far as we know, he could be lying to us over a long period of years. That's a possibility, right?
I'll tell you something about Lactoid, and this is the problem.
Well, what makes you think he was married?
He talked like he knew anything about relationships.
Wait. Why would you ever? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, that's super interesting to me. Super interesting.
It felt like an authoritative amateur guy, but I'm married. That's how
but just like you should not use like the person being a communist as information of like how they engage with sex. You should not use that information.
I'm not about sex. I'm sure he has
to gauge Lactoid's marital status. That seems that's a huge leap.
I think he probably said something, and then I assumed that meant that he was in a committed relationship or something. Was he ever in?
I've literally heard Lactoid speak for like 4 years and nothing has anything he said to you, Prime, that like set off the alarm bells that he must.
But I don't listen to him for 4 years. I know,
but that's the point of like, there's nothing he should say that should ever give off authoritative vibes.
A mistake is a mistake. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought the conservative dudes with really shitty social beliefs that advocates for them was married.
In conversations about things, Lactoid will say, if my wife ever did anything like that,
doesn't he?
And so and so like, but like I thought
he was married.
No, I think you took it. You're taking it literally. Whereas like when I hear like someone say like, right, well, with my wife, it's the theoretical wife.
See,
I'm pretty sure I said it's my wife at some point as well.
Okay,
my
but
partner.
I know that you're not married. It's like a super conservative thing to be single and go, if my wife. Because if someone said, if I had a girlfriend and she did that, then
he's libertarian conservative though. That like
libertarian.
Dude, if you're single and you go, if my wife did that, it doesn't matter if you're pretty. Like you suck in bed. Like I don't know whatever. Let's move on. I need to say something.
This is a wild revelation.
In public, Lactoid is really bad faith. But I think in private, he's not bad faith, because one time we had an interaction on panel and I had a clarifying question and I DM'd him and he actually took the time to like respond, and at least it was an honest response. I appreciated that, but I don't think on this platform.
I agree there. I've said that explicitly of like he wears a facade and there's a reason why he won't give his name. Okay.
Gibbs is
Or
the only
any-
honest one.
Gibbs is the only one who's honest publicly. Yeah. Scott is also, he's nice behind the scenes, and then he comes on and different person.
Yeah. Pushes
So-
too hard.
We have a few of those people.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. But in any case,
I think that just because if Lactoid engaged honestly, the panels would be a lot shorter. Because he'll just admit, like, yeah, there's nothing you can do to convince me. Yeah, I just think what I think, and it will be over. It wouldn't be as nice to, like, it wouldn't be as long.
He engages. He tries to make hypotheticals. It's fun.
Yeah, his bad
That's
hypotheticals.
not what
He's not good
engaging
at
is.
Hypotheticals.
That's not what engaging is.
His hypotheticals.
like-
If my wife, hypothetically,
He engages, he makes hypotheticals as fun as like the neutral version of sex. It's like, yeah, he tries. He like puts up with it. Like, stop. Yes, Prime.
So, did you have anything you wanted to say to wrap up?
Yeah. So I thought this was about like the steroids thing, and then you were having a conversation about sex without me. What the fuck? Why do you do this? Why do you tell me that there's going to be a topic and then you make a different topic?
he juiced the panel.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
And then you have a panel without Lactoid on, and you didn't invite me either. I don't understand.
I feel like it seems like you feel like I cheated on you. But
She feels left out. She feels left out.
yeah, I mean, I was doing something with other people, not including her.
No, I was
Wait,
doing
Katie,
you
did-
a favor.
Did you want to have the steroid conversation or like?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, Katie, the reason why when I sent you that, I sent you the invite when I sent it to everyone else, right? I figured we'd have a smaller panel because of scheduling, but I didn't at that moment. I didn't anticipate it would be this small, right? But then
you
it
could have
became
texted me.
text you what? Like,
You know when you wrote this title, Our Husbands Owed Sex? You could have been like, hey, I have a title that you hate. Do you want to join my tiny panel that absolutely needs a fucking woman on it because it's just 3 dudes talking out of their ass? But you didn't.
we're not talking about our ass. I mean, I feel like we have dudes who've been in relationships, right?
By the way, I'm
and-
being so normal. Prime in the past, one night I get a message from Prime and he's like, Doobie is advocating for eugenics. Do you want to come on? And I did. So it's not like a new thing. This is not a new concept in the relationship. You're breaking the rules. I am autistic. This is bullying. This is what abuse
Okay.
is.
And she's advocating for herself, which she learned from Corey.
For once, after all these years, Katie is learning.
I mean, like,
Better late than never.
Took a man to explain to her what that looks like, what advocacy for women looks like. Thank you, Corey. Right, brave.
You're
and
welcome.
beautiful is what he
You're
is.
welcome, women, all out there. You women, including Katie.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so one, yeah, I didn't think it would be as small as it was. 2, I didn't come up with this. I did literally like just before the panel, right, where I came up with the sex thing. Because I was like, as I was telling these guys,
So
I had been watching
you had it before the panel, not even after you started. So you had ample time to contact me.
Okay, but like you already hold on, Katie.
I told you
Last-
specifically that I was not interested in the topic that you suggested. Then you made a different topic, and then
That's
you made a
true.
topic that you know that I have stuff to say about. This is
Katie.
you can just say
Katie.
that you're wrong.
But you also,
you can just say
and
that you did a bad thing.
Casey. Sorry, excuse me, Katie.
No, refer to me as Casey. I'm done with you. You don't get my real name.
Okay. Woman.
If I had
What you also told me last night, and I don't want to go too much detail what you said, but like, and that you weren't so much interested in having conversations in general, right? And so you would
because I'm depressed, not a panel about sex.
but wait a minute, but what? Wait, what?
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 I understand
What?
Prime's confusion. I understand his confusion.
What are you talking about right now? Okay, Ali needs to go. Enough.
Ali doesn't need to go. Ali's chilling, right? And so I ask her, hey, like, oh, do you want to have a conversation? And you're like, you don't want to have a conversation, right? And I ask, like, well, hey, but like, should we maybe push past this, right?
You
Like,
asked me
and,
about
like,
my feelings. This isn't my feelings.
But I first of all,
Are
I
you
said
fucking
one.
serious? You are
I said one.
weaponizing my depression against my ability to talk about.
I'm not trying to
sex in
use your
public.
depression against you. I
No.
promise you.
You are using my depression against my right to talk about sex on Twitch panels. This is wrong. This is abusive.
Okay, sorry.
This is what the patriarchy looks like.
Last night. Okay, hold on. Katie,
Yes.
Last night.
You're
If
saying
I had
I'm
instead
emotional.
okay, you said you didn't want to talk. Okay, so you're saying specifically what you're referring to was simply your feelings. You didn't want to talk about your feelings at all, right? I wanted to have a general and I can understand where you had the thought that the only thing I wanted to talk about is your feelings. I would have been happy to talk about anything with you.
Okay,
right?
I see. I see. I know where we are. Okay, I'm going to advocate myself so hard for now. And remember, when I say that, I'm going to say something really hurtful, and you have to praise me after I do because I'm actually advocating for myself. Okay. Okay. So in the moment, I was being a cowardly, patriarchy-brained bitch, and I didn't want to talk to you because I felt like chilling. But that doesn't mean I don't want to go on a panel that I have an interest in.
Oh, okay.
But I was a coward, which apparently, because I said that I don't want to talk, means that I never want to be on a panel that I have an interest in.
Well, you see what happens when you be a coward? You should advocate more.
Well,
Take
yeah,
my advice.
when you say, no, I don't feel like talking, and then, like, okay, well, then I guess I'm not going to message you if the topic changes,
Okay, when your friend tells you, I don't feel like talking generally, do you just think I'm never going to contact this person again?
Well, no, so like, wait. So like, let's just say I messaged my friend
when Lactoid says,
YouTube,
if my wife, does that?
I messaged my friend a YouTube video, and they're like, yeah, I'm not really in the mood, right? But then, like, like later on in the YouTube video, if I know that there's something that they find interesting, I'm gonna wait like maybe a couple days and then tell them again like later.
Yeah, Kate, so, this is less than 24 hours later.
Yeah.
But this is a panel. It's not the same as talking privately. Okay, you know what? This is my fault. This is
wait. I think it's a fair assumption to make that if someone doesn't want to talk privately, that going on a panel.
This is my fault,
and you'll be
all my cowardly fault. I am placating.
True.
I am ready to fully submit. I am.
Blame all women. Yes, Katie. There we go.
It's all women until it's no women. Okay.
BAW. Ball.
But Katie,
I'm not
you
arguing
said you didn't want to talk to me, which is fine.
My husband, my love, my only. I would never do anything to upset you.
But Katie, you said you didn't want to talk to me, and that's okay, right? That's also a choice. But then you like, oh, I also do want to come on your panel where I'll be talking to you. Again, do you see how that might be confusing?
I didn't want to go on your panel. You changed the topic.
No. But you're saying that, like, yes, you can change the topic, and then I'll go on the panel and talk to you. When before, what you've said,
you'll talk about that topic.
You didn't want to talk to me last night, right? And so,
but you didn't know that I didn't want to talk to you. You're moving the goalpost. You thought I didn't want to talk generally.
One way or the other. Either way, like, I don't understand how I'm supposed to know that you definitely want to be a part of this, right? When
I don't definitely want to be a part of it.
You didn't want to talk generally, or did you didn't want to talk to me specifically? Right? Either way, that implies you don't want to.
They both involve talking in my mind.
Okay, so I don't know what your autistic ass is about. There's a difference between talking to someone privately and between being on a panel on Twitch talking about a specific topic. If you think those things are the same,
I don't think they're quite the same, but they do involve talking, right? But that's the thing. Hold on.
I'm not talking.
The depression, hold on.
I'm bitching.
Hold on. What you said to me last night? What you said to me last night is that you're experiencing depression, right? Which is okay, right? Then I offered to chat with you. I'm like, okay, I'd like to talk to my friend. And hold on one second. I like to talk to my friend, and then like just like either try to make them feel better, or if I can't do that, still give them companionship in that
What
moment.
makes your
Even if I
friend
can't
feel
necessarily
good,
do it.
Prime?
1 second, hold on. But then you tell me that like we could just look at it, right? Hold on 1 second. We could just look at it, and
Oh,
everyone.
we're leaking the DMs.
Page.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
It's such nonsense.
Okay. Okay.
Exposed.
So I say, hey, do you want to overcome those feelings of like not wanting to talk,
Talking
right?
about my
Like,
depression, yeah.
yeah, so we can talk. But I was, and to be clear, I could have talked to you about anything. It wasn't necessarily just your depression.
I didn't
right?
want to talk
then-
about anything.
I said, you don't. Okay, so you don't want to talk about anything. Okay, so I was right then. So it's not about. So you
With
say it's not
you!
about overcoming
With
feelings.
you in that moment.
I have a certain amount of energy. Like I said, I don't do much talking lately. Okay, so you're saying in this moment you don't have much energy to do talking. Okay, that's fine. All right, I understand. For depression, that saps people's energy. I've heard this before. Okay, so I respect that, right? And now you're saying, well, you do have energy to talk, right? But within a panel specifically, right? I don't know how I'm supposed to necessarily know that, right?
The fact that we know each other for like almost 4 years.
Whoa.
The fact that you don't know that is embarrassing.
No. Well, I have to advocate for Prime here. Okay, if the main message was like overall, it's like I don't want to talk. I'm not feeling great, or I'm depressed. I understand Prime's conclusion of that must mean that she probably doesn't want to go on a panel either. Just like
okay. So here's the thing.
I think. Wait. I'm not done. I think
It sounds like leave me alone for a little bit.
I think it's psychologically interesting that like you're nitpicking Prime's sort of psychologically jumping around, or like why would they like make this conclusion as in like, oh, based off of this niche little interaction, why would you ever conclude that I won't want to go on to this panel to talk about this specific topic? I never explicitly said that, therefore you should not conclude that. But then again, you made a conclusion about Lactoid. We're not tearing you apart about it. Like, why should anybody conclude that if someone says "if my wife," or that means they must have a wife?
Can I respond now? I will explain to Prime privately the disagreement.
Sure.
I understand why Prime feels the need to get defensive. I know that I'm right, but I also don't feel like the need to explain it. With all due the fact, I'm not going to explain the details of my depression and the search that the like followage of like DMs. So I will delineate those DMs privately, Prime, as one should. But yeah.
Okay.
He should have known.
Well, I think you should have known that Lactoid didn't have a wife. You should have known that.
This topic would kick her out of the depression, which is, I think I get Katie's point a little bit, right? I think for Prime,
I'm going to be honest with you. If we leaked the entire logs that I have with Prime Kais, you would be embarrassed in yourselves for being the way that you are. Genuinely, nothing about nothing that Prime knows so much about me. This is embarrassing. Now, I'm not saying that you should be embarrassed, Boo, in a negative way, right? Like just in a you disappointed me kind of way, and that's okay. We'll delineate it later.
Okay. All right.
Did you find someone
so much passion
to branch out to, or are you going to search now?
To my audience, I do appreciate you all being here. The few of you that are here.
Did they enjoy that part? Why did you do this to them?
Okay. I appreciate all of you guys. This was a thing. As always, on a Prime Guy show, it was a thing. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. This is a woman. Is she cooking? I think she's cooking. I think she's cooking.
A woman is cooking. Wow. Okay.
Just
as advice, no
God
women cooking on Twitch.
Intended.
As God intended in the chat. As God intended in the chat.
Yep. Yeah. Spamming in the chat. Is a woman cooking as God intended?
So I will send them off, and there we go. We raid. Okay, and then we're shutting it down. Thanks for